Oh, oh, yeah, might as well. Mm. Mm. Where's the mea culpa thing? I don't see it. Uh,
The bones thank you for your help, O virtuous penitent one. Bring the bones before me, and we will uncover the truth that they keep silent.
okay. I remember now. This is here, I think. Uh, what's up? Souls-like Castlevania game. Interesting concept. Guess it's locked. This is the extent of what I can get here. Whoa. I've been harming myself mindlessly. Alright, I've done this. Wait, can I not turn the thing? Wait, that's it? I cannot do anything here? To turn the switch? Or whatever? Can I not do this? Alright, I've got the 4th combo now. I'm invincible. Feel very strong now. Oh, you can do a very cool finisher. Like a stealthy thing, like in all the Souls games. Interesting. See? This makes a big difference. This combo thing. There's an alarm. I wonder if I'm gonna encounter a boss anytime soon. I've only fought one once. Oh, well, never mind. Never mind. I don't have to fight every single enemy. Yeah. Could use a save point. I wonder. Oh. I guess I died. Again. That's what happens. I suppose. Alright, that's enough of that for now. I think I've tired this horse out. Stop. Confirm. We are going to do something else now. We have extended this horse's usefulness. Chat here. Oh my gosh, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I guess I will turn off the... What is this? Oh, okay. I guess I will turn this off. I will turn the browser on. The browser is this. YouTube. Yeah, that's the one. YouTube. Boom. Boom. Wait, no, not like that. Where's the... I mean, I can do this here. Put this here. What have I been... Oh God, oh my. Alright, let's do this. Let's do a nice thing together, like a family. Like a stream wait, hold on. Did I actually? Alright, I did. I did it here. Oh my gosh. So I gave my flowers to the school beauty. I saw the future before my confession, so I gave the flowers to the school beauty. I completed I saw the future before my confession. What the hell? What? What?
Yeah. Shane's got an office hours question. Shane from New York, what's up? What's your
Office hours, like at school. Legends of Mana. Frieren, if it was made by. What the fuck? Oh my god, the soy pill. The soy pill does not have a lot of live viewers. Wait. And the soy pill has 227,000 subscribers. So I guess the number of subscribers or being a successful YouTuber does not really translate to being a successful streamer, huh? I'm pretty sure Dylan Burns has a lot less subscribers. Oh, holy shit! This VTuber has like 1.6 thousand viewers? What?
Access the bulkhead and break into the wall.
Who's this? Who is this person?
Oh, this is where I meet Rusty for a third time. It's like, we met. It's our destiny to always cross paths.
Confirmed. We're inside the wall. Be prepared for close quarters.
They're hardly saying anything and they've got 1.6 thousand viewers. What the fuck?
Destiny, guys. We're always meant to meet.
B4 Rusty.
They're hardly saying anything.
Oh, yeah, I am.
I'll have to step up my own game.
Oh,
A numbered Vesper.
What the hell?
yeah, that's my future
Really?
husband right there.
Oh my god. That is so... That is so... not cool. What the fuck is this? How do you have such weird biology? What is wrong with you? What is this haircut? God. Who? Who is this? Debating loner box again. Oh my god, the crocodile and alligator content is crazy. What the fuck is this? Oof. He did it to himself. The sad and definite fall down of destiny. I'm pretty sure he's doing fine. I'm pretty sure Destiny's doing fine.
This is what's left of him. This is what you and Mike did to him. Bro, I didn't do this to him. He did this to himself. I just stopped talking about him for 7 years until he decided to become the #1 Hasbro merchant. He started peddling Hasbro non-fucking stop.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinian people live in another place. That's really shitty, but that's about right.
Anyway, we're going to go through Destiny's train wreck of a response, followed by select highlights from Pangburn's marathon damage control.
Okay. That's enough. This looks Maxer as a trans ally? Why not? Why the hell not?
I learned about a Luxmaxer called Androgenic. And I learned about him because a clip went viral where he accidentally misgendered a trans person and then apologized. It went pretty viral. It has 32 million views. And I just want to, like, you know, talk about this. I did react to a video from Very Ultraviolet who was talking about Androgenic versus Clavicular. I reacted to it, but I didn't really like turn it into a video because I actually wanted to talk about this myself. But you should like check it out if you want to learn more about like the incel space and how Clavicular.
I do not want to learn about the incel space at all. I have no desire to learn about the incel space.
Owned in this one interview.
I didn't have time to look into, you know, anything about who your wife cheated with, but don't try to go down that line of questioning.
I'm not married.
Let me just like play this clip. It's just 17 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Awesome.
I love you.
Cheers, man.
Look at his face. The moment of realization. The moment of genuine concern.
I'm sorry, by the way. I didn't mean to call you a man. I did not mean to do that.
I don't mind.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about that. But have a lovely night.
The thing is, like, when you say something like, oh, cheers, man, hey, bro, and so on, it is masculine language, right? Like, we can say that this is not gender neutral language. The fact that people believe it is gender neutral language is because it's just being seen as like women or like femme presenting people in general should be included in the masculine terms, while the feminine terms are seen as just for femme presenting people. In this instance, I wouldn't say it as like, oh, this is misgendering, but like at the start of transitioning and so on, I also had issues when people always called me bro. I even had like a rule in my Twitch chat that like, hey, you shouldn't like refer to me with like these masculine terms because it makes me feel kind of bad. I thought this was a pretty wholesome moment, and
Well, it happens to the best of us.
I also had like an encounter myself in Valorant that is like kind of similar, and I thought that is
Well,
also
with this person, with this particular person, with this particular looks master in Valorant.
very sweet when people catch themselves saying these masculine terms, and it's like, oh, I'm talking to a trans person. I should change this. I should correct myself.
Are you in the LGBTQ?
I am, yes.
What are you?
I'm many things.
I'm intrigued.
Why is that?
Every new person you meet is a whole new adventure.
And you want to explore me?
I mean, no, it's in some way, yeah.
Interesting.
So what's the content?
I'm a trans woman and I'm pansexual.
I'm happy for you, man. Woman. No, I just see man for everyone, man. No offense.
I get it. It's okay. That was kind of adorable.
If you don't mind me asking, wait, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Wait, just out of curiosity, wait, are you into younger or older?
I'm just like always thinking, it's like, would
Far
this
older.
situation have played out if I was a cis woman? Maybe, but probably not. And I just want to be seen like cis women do, but everybody is, you know, a little bit different. It's just like personal preference. And I think it's kind of sweet when people are like, oh, I used this language, I used masculine terms to talk about this trans
This
woman.
woman
This
like
might
Gox.
make her feel bad. I have been misgendered before, and people
This
correct
women are
themselves.
GOG
They
deprived.
catch themselves.
Oh,
What
wait.
I don't like is when people
Maybe-
keep bringing attention to it, when they make a big deal out of it. If it's like she, and then you move on.
I
then
mean
it's like,
they,
okay, I will
I
just
mean,
keep talking.
you know what I
you know,
mean?
nothing happens. But like, I have been misgendered before, and then it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you he. I actually meant she. And then it's like, okay, you know, just move on. We don't have to like turn this into a scene. And I also don't like the idea that talking to me is...
Shut the f up.
And I also don't like the idea that talking to me requires everybody to be extremely cautious. I don't want people to walk on eggshells. I like it when people gender me correctly, and if you slip up, which happens also for cis people, then just correct yourself and move on. If you actually hurt somebody's feelings and you can like tell that they feel bad, you can, you know, apologize. But like most of the time, people just appreciate it if you correct
You have
yourself
hurt my
without
feelings.
everybody bringing attention to it.
Okay,
because
that's enough.
It kind of puts you on the
That's
spot.
enough. That's enough. That's not. I've got nothing to add.
This beginner mangaka spent 5 months making a 32-page one-shot to pitch to a publisher. Visually, it looks amazing.
Does it?
But this will get rejected. And today, we're breaking down exactly why so you can avoid the same mistakes in your manga. Over the last 3 years, we've helped over 400 beginners finish their first one-shot manga with the guidance of pro-Japanese mangakas and a pro-manga editor with over 50 years of combined industry experience. In this video, we're going over the feedback I gave Frank on his one-shot, Brawl City. Even though the artwork looked really good, there were 4 main issues. First, the protagonist doesn't own the spotlight. Second, the protagonist has a weak transformation moment. Third, the setting doesn't match the culture being shown. And finally, the character's background doesn't match their behavior. Let's get into it. Frank is 26, working as
Hello, Rusty. How are you? I am watching various stuff. You know? Oh yeah, we gotta finish this because I wanted to watch the thing about, you know, Irish travelers. Are you manga maxing? I am. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. I actually finished a one-shot manga. I can show you a page from my one-shot manga if you want. Hold on. You wanna see a page from my one-shot manga? If you really wanna see a page from my one-shot manga, I will show you. This is how the one-shot ends. I wanna pitch it to some publisher. You know? Like, people said that it's pretty okay, John. Maybe I will refine it. I will work on to refine it, but I'll show you the last page. Maybe it will intrigue you. You know, maybe you'll be like, holy moly, macaroni, I want to see the rest, you know, maybe. What do you think, you know? I have to find the last page. It's the last page, okay? Let's see it. Alright, I got it here, you know? Copy media link. I'm gonna show you, okay? Sounds good. Bigger it, people. So, okay, so this is the last page of the manga. The one shot that I created. I mean, technically speaking, AI can do that, but it's not gonna be the same in my opinion. So how is it? I mean, I already know what I want it to be. I already know what I want my manga to be. Dynamic? Does it look good, in your opinion? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Close up? Yeah, we can. Nice. Alright, let's do the more Chud logic. Yeah, I got a style of my own. You know what I mean? Alright, let's do this.
Described race realist posted a blog.
Okay, whatever. Let's skip this and let's go to the
I thought they were kind of Mamdani-esque in their perspective and what they wanted to kind of focus on. And
yeah, you like that my art style is clean and not busy?
talk about, you know, they wanted to make it about. What, dude? It looks pretty bad, man.
All right, let's see.
Perspective. Don't always agree with them. Stuff that I wanted to get to. This is the final piece of the tragic Arde puzzle.
In the future. And I want you to know that I really value Little Higher.
Whatever.
Or in this country, what the rule of law is about, what some of those laws are, and that.
Okay, we're gonna listen about asylum seekers, I guess, because that's
Behavior
another
document.
Chud logic.
He burdens the brunt of that responsibility. See, the thing is,
certain aspects of it. Having sex or sexual...
The rest will come, I hope, in the
Literally
quality of my
crying.
work as we go forward.
Literally crying at the end,
Thank
bro.
you for that, Stephen. And I mean, as it's very, very clear to all of our.
And then he sat there making sure, oh my God, making sure the medicine goes down nice and smooth too.
Jesus Christ, Chud logic is such
This
a
is
disgusting...
outrageous. I'm sickened. I'm sickened that a journalist would do such a fucking pathetic little act like this. And
You would know about being pathetic, Chud logic. You would know about putting on a pathetic little act.
anyway, guys, that is the end of the Arde stuff. That
Chud-
is the last of the Arde stuff.
Chud logic is an expert when it comes to putting on a pathetic little act.
That I think is of interest to me. That, I believe, is the end of the story, just like the story was the end of our day. There we go. Okay, let's move on to Pastures New. So, this... Oh my
UK. You
God.
can see that I've
So gleeful about anything that's awful, which is pretty telling, to be honest.
highlighted said,
Oh my God, bro. What is this? This looks like a big piece about this. Let's have a look at some of this stuff. So we're going to do the migrant rape booklet now.
Mm-hmm.
Look, guys, I got to be real with you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I share some concerns about the migration issue, but I'm not a deport 'em all guy. Okay?
Just most of them, right? Just most of them.
I'm not a deport 'em all kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
My mind has quickly been changed by stuff like this.
Of course.
What the fuck is this, dude? This is fucking mental. This is totally fucking mental, bro. And I know what the progressive line is. Well, we need to teach them something. Like, yeah, sure, we need to teach them how to, you know, I don't fucking...
Hello, Maya Mayor. How are you? Maya Mayor, how is your day on this fine day?
No. We need to teach them how to use an ATM or something. I don't know. They probably use ATM. Some local thing they don't know. Not, don't rape. That's fucking crazy, bro. I'm absolutely aghast at this. What message are you sending if you have to dish out leaflets saying, don't rape people? Oh my God. What I do, this is fucking crazy. I'm pretty sure this is real. I'm pretty sure this is real. Andy Burnham's commented on it and been like, well, I don't even know what he said. Something like, we're trying to do what we can or something. I don't know.
certain
That is pretty crazy.
aspects of it. Having sex or sexual contact.
I'm surprised that Chad Logic is not clapping like a seal to it, though. I'm surprised that I'm surprised Chad Logic does not approve.
As a child under 16, we need to tell the arrivals that this is wrong. This is an admission of danger, isn't it? Cut or
Guys,
What is he doing?
what's the correct?
I was upset over the past few days because of my sinusitis, but I decided to exercise today and I feel better. Oh, that's good. I've been working on myself every single day, Maya Mayor, you know? Also, I got some dresses, but they're not dry yet, so I could not wear one for stream. I'm gonna do a stream dress. Dress stream. Stream dress, dress stream.
Progressive line on this. I'm not actually sure what it's supposed to be. This is fucking
Well, you're
mad.
definitely not a progressive, so you would not know what I... Yeah, I got a dress.
It's all, dude. Okay, well, let's continue. I'm sure it gets...
I'm gonna cover myself because it's cold. In the meantime, consider donating or subscribing to your favorite streamer, which is definitely me, right? Am I your favorite streamer? I'll be right back. In a moment, in a second, I'll be right back, you know? Fido is here as well. I'm back. You know what I mean? Alright, let's do this. Let's watch this bigoted streamer.
It's better.
harm a girl's genitals. Again, this is
Yeah, we're letting a bunch of people into the country, and we're having to tell them to not do female genital mutilation and not to rape under 16-year-olds. We got to give them a little pamphlet to let them know. And this is good. This is good because we're teaching them. We're integrating them. That's the word. We're integrating them. Like, this is well.
Yeah.
The problem is...
Yeah, Chad Logic. He was supposed to say that this is indefensible, but then he remembered what his audience is, okay? Then Chad Logic remembered, oh wait, I have to remember what kind of audience I'm pandering to, so he has to actually say why it is very defensible, right? So let's hear it. Let's hear the argument.
Even if you want to try and defend this...
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I think
Interesting.
that old righty Nick Ferrari's right here. This is an admission of danger.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Because you're admitting that these people have got a totally alien worldview to us, to the point where they don't
Alien
understand the
worldview.
I mean, to be honest with you, one thing I will say is that we probably want to give this to some Europeans, don't we? Because the age of consent is like 14 in some countries. So that's the only angle I can think
What
of.
are the countries in
Other
Europe
than
that
we're
have...
raped. We're totally...
Wait, what are the countries in Europe that have 14 age of consent? I just... What are those countries? Like, are there really countries like that? Are there countries in Europe where age of consent is 14? Like this is impossible. I don't believe that. What are those countries? Because I don't think that's the case. Where? Oh, I have a map. I guess usually it doesn't mean that. Usually it's Romeo Juliet thing, not 14, which means adults can engage with 14-year-olds. That's not what that means. Ukraine does not have an age of consent officially set up by law. Strange.
Totally rapes.
Isn't it? Cut or harm a girl's genitals. Again, this is an admission of failure, isn't it? Talking about what you can and cannot do sexually and with children. And it goes on. That's a child abuse section. I've got one here. Understanding behaviours and expectations in the UK. It goes on and on and on.
Okay, where can I see the document? I thought he'd go over the whole document. I want to see the document.
And on, and it talks about how we understand it's going to be difficult coming from your home country. Then it says what is expected of you. You cannot stop a woman from working or studying.
What the fuck?
Control what a woman wears or where she goes. Stop a woman from seeing friends or family. Make decisions for a woman without her agreement.
See, the thing is, I think everyone kind of knew.
I'm sorry, what? Rusty? What kind of a thing is that to say to a Jewish streamer? A Polish Jewish streamer? Did you not know that I'm Polish Jewish?
That they were like this, but this is an admission that they're like this. This is admitting, yeah, these people are totally antithetical to our society and total savages. It's kind of like it looks bad on paper, as they say. It looks bad on paper.
That is so weird.
And the thing is, even if you want to say, well, they just don't know, they're from a different culture, etc., 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 right? Then the reasonable response to that is, well, why are we putting up? Why does society have to burden the risk of these people not adhering to these principles?
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to you.
It's society that bears the brunt of this risk, so that we can adhere to certain, things. Like, I agree with the idea that we should adhere to the, what is it, the 1950 asylum shit or whatever it is, right?
Uh-huh.
But at what point? So, if in doing that, you end up having 1,000 people come in on a rape and have to be told this, it just seems unreasonable that then society burdens the brunt of that responsibility. Because politicians that are adhering to these rules are not bearing the brunt of this beyond not being re-elected. It's people in local communities that are bearing the brunt of the risk of this. I mean, this is like, it just looks dreadful no matter which way you slice it. And I think it does speak to this issue of, well, yeah, we're bringing people in that we need to tell not to rape and that they can't control women.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything, actually. It just means that that just speaks to the creation of this. That's just an admission on how the people creating this view other people.
Oh, is this it here? Oh, there's a whole... Oh, it's online. Okay, we'll look at this. We'll look at it in full.
This is extraordinary. And now all the people, some of you who phoned me and have phoned this radio station and expressed valid concerns because of the arrival of mostly undocumented young males, and at the very least you've been...
Oh my God, the fear-mongering about the undocumented young males.
...called Little Englanders, at the worst you've been called racists. How does the government respond to that now? Because now we can see your concerns are absolutely right. And you could look at a string of cases. Just recently, an Eritrean man who raped a pensioner outside church in a 20-minute attack.
Male pensioner, that's important. Make sure to make that clear. Male pensioner. It was a gay rape. It was a gay rape.
The pensioner was a male and in his 60s.
Hey!
That man from Eritrea. There are plenty of others that I could...
I love the fact that he knows. He knows that's the juice. He knows that's the sizzle. He knows the fact it's a gay rape is the sizzle of that story.
The Pakistani man.
This is
who raped
logic.
a 16-year-old girl in
In
Nottingham.
his element.
The pair, one Iranian, one Egyptian, who raped a 21-year-old girl. The Afghani who was jailed for 15 years for raping a 12-year-old girl. On and on and on it goes, as this admission of danger is utterly now implicit in putting this up. Why else would they need to do that? What does it tell you about the controls?
Oh, I do. Hey, Soldier Boy's baby daddy. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. This is BS journalism.
Do you have a rape fetish?
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Thank you. The problem is it in a very explicit way on paper shows the culture gap that exists between our country and where they're coming from. And I think...
No, it shows how those who create these pamphlets see other people. If anything, it's
written down. So if someone says, these people are coming over, they're from a different culture, and there is a high chance that they might have bad views that lead them to engage in bad actions, how do you respond to that now, knowing that the government agrees and are trying to make efforts to make them not do that? What is the response to that? Because the government have got a document that says, yep, you're right, we do need to tell them not to rape because, you know, we need to try and educate them out of... And the other problem as well, you can't just tell someone not to do something and then they stop doing it, right? Imagine it was the other direction. And you, as someone that's been brought up in a liberal-minded society, were put in the Middle East, in Iran, and were told, we do things differently over here. You can treat women like shit. I mean, maybe some of you might actually be okay with that one. But you know, when your entire life you've been guided down a certain...
It's Chad Logic's audience, so probably a lot of them are fine with that.
...mentality and perspective, and a certain pattern of behavior, or a certain, you know, behavior is put upon you by your upbringing. It's difficult to overcome that, and it's something that will take time. Yes, because we don't rape. Yes, obviously rape happens in the UK. Yes, but what is this? Oh, white people rape too. Well, if we've got our own rapists, maybe we do need to stop bringing in more fucking rapists until we deal with the rapists that we've got. Like, what is this response to? This is like when you talk about the Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs. People go, oh, Jimmy Savile was a pedo. Yes.
Yes, obviously, any foreigner is a rapist in the making, of course. This is just... Surprised this British troll is still making content. Oh, he's finding actual success with his content, so... Okay, where's the traveler thing? Because I'm here for that. But yes, Chad Logic actually finds success with his content, believe it or not. Chad Logic is a quote-unquote successful content creator.
Oh, seems to be any mainstream coverage of this. That's mental.
A similar fatal crash. 5 teenagers there involved in a high...
Wheelchair video that looked funny.
The 2 armed police officers killed have been named as PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough. Tributes have been pouring in from their colleagues, and this from their local MP.
It's a real tragedy to see these lives cut short. And also, you know, of course, I want to pay tribute to those brave police officers as well who were at work in action protecting our communities. And they should have been...
No one is going to call a spade a spade. In fact, I should probably just be careful because I don't actually know if it's pikeys or not. I've seen it stated that it's pikeys. And also, I saw another statistic bandied about, which I need to look at.
Oh my god. There we go. We are in the thing.
Into. But it was claimed that 22% of pikeys die in car crashes.
It was what?
Claimed that 22% of pikeys die in car crashes.
Oh, of course. If there's a car crash, then it has to be a traveler causing it. Obviously.
22% of pikey males cause a death is from a car crash. Is that true? Is that
Chad Logic, always fact-checking everything, right? It's just like the best source of information, Chad Logic.
real stat?
Coming home from the end of their shifts to see their loved ones. And that's an absolute tragedy. And it's heartbreaking for all of those involved.
The 5 occupants of the Volkswagen Passat were in their late teens to early 20s. They've been named as Michael Robert Cahill.
Oh my, pikey! Look at that gold chain.
What?
That is easily identifiable pikey wear right there.
What?
There. That fucking massive chunky gold chain.
Jacob Matuak, both 23 years old, Mackay Saddington, 18, Theo Ray on the left, and Cole Robert Worthy on the right. Both were only 17 years old. A TikTok account that includes photos of one of the teenagers has this video that shows a police pursuit from a few months ago. There are fears of a worrying social media trend where young men post themselves driving dangerously, bragging and taunting the police for social media likes.
What does this have to do with travelers? Nothing. Basically, not what? What the fuck? He just saw a car crash and decided, oh, it has to be travelers. It is a slur for travelers, Roma people, etc. Yes, that is true. It's a derogatory term used by British people to describe Roma people, travelers, etc.
TikTok has previously said it removed content that glorified violence or criminal activity that could harm people.
Yeah, also, I do think there's a question for TikTok here.
Yeah, young men are being called young men. Correct.
How the fuck are you allowing this sort of material and this is mental? Surely posting material of you breaking the law like this should be account termination fuel. But I guess TikTok's rules are just different. I don't fucking know. I don't know why this is allowed on TikTok for some reason. But you would have thought this would be, like, put a stop to that. At least can the video, get rid of the video.
People including risky driving.
God, dude.
And they've now banned this account. Just a week ago, Ireland was shocked by a similar fatal crash. 5 teenagers there involved in a high-speed pursuit were killed whilst driving the...
Okay, what does that have to do with travelers? Like, literally, Chad Logic heard car crash and just decided, oh, it has to be travelers. It just makes no sense. This leap makes no sense. Chad Logic is just stupid. It's just, that's all I have to say. I thought it was, I don't know. I thought there would be some story that is actually directly involving travelers, but no, it's just a car crash. That's all that he knows.
That is not a normal car crash. That is not a normal fucking car.
I remember reading a Mad Magazine comic when I was younger about a man taking out the garbage bag breaks and trash gets everywhere. The man yells at this guy, "Damn Jews." That's Chad Logic right now with travelers. I mean, yeah, literally. Quite literally.
Car crash, dude. That is fucking insane. How does a car even get like that from a fucking crash?
I mean, depends on the type of crash. It can get like that definitely when it collides with a far bigger vehicle. My sister has gotten into a pretty dangerous car crash where the top of the car where she was in got shaved off, I believe.
FF 9000. Thank you for the 50 kicks. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good idea. Kicks to pay respects. I like the sound of that. Not to the pikeys, to the innocent victims.
The wrong way. They were in a stolen BMW and sped off after police tried to pull them aside. 3 sisters and a 7-year-old boy were seriously injured in the other vehicle. Near Middlesbrough, the A66, the site of the crash, remains closed. The police watchdog will continue their investigation over the next few weeks.
Okay, so it's some TikTok fad for teenagers. But that does not... What does that have to do with travelers, per se?
As they try to give all 7 families...
Chad, I looked up the stats. You make it sound like all pikeys are criminals, but in reality, it's only 83% of them. Wait, what? That can't be true. That can't be fucking true, dude.
That is the level of humor of Chad Logic. This is the community that Chad Logic has cultivated with his content. I'm just saying.
Okay, what is this? 50% of travelers die before 39.
Study, huh?
%70 failed to live past the age of 59. The startling findings contained in the new book on travel and mortality suggest that life expectancy in the traveller community is equivalent of that to settled people in Ireland in the 40s. Oh my god, dude. They are...
Cancer was the most common cause of death for females, accounting for 25%. Coronary illness and road traffic accidents were the most common causes for death among males and females combined. The study concluded that there had been no improvement in travelers' health if it's been the 20 years. Higher rate of infant death.
literally living in the past. I fucking hate pikeys.
Yeah, of course you do.
Cancer is the most common cause of death for females.
Of course you hate people. Chad Logic, that's just... color me surprised.
Coronary illness and road traffic accidents were the most common causes of death amongst male and females combined. Now, in fairness, to sweep for the pikeys a little bit...
What the hell is he... What the fuck is this noise?
American racists absolutely confused seeing the pure undistilled British racism on display.
Thank you for the 333, thank you. In fairness to pikeys, they are on the road quite a lot, if we're being honest, okay? So, bear that in mind. You might be thinking, what? That's ridiculous. They must be doing all dangerous driving. No, it's because they're driving around in their caravan all the time. Oh. Bloody pikeys.
Much needed answers. And within the last hour, PC Club's family have released this statement. They said, "He was our hero with a fantastic sense of humour, always on public duty."
So this story literally has nothing to do with travelers, and Chad Logic just decided that it's the perfect opportunity to be racist. This guy ran away from debating me. Was too cowardly to debate me on this topic.
Throughout his short life.
So I'm guessing it was like there's no avoiding it. It was too fast for the police to do anything. And also these pikeys would drive, the alleged pikeys are going the wrong way.
They were not even alleged to be... You're the one alleging it.
Oh, dude, I wanted to talk about this as well. Send me anything you've got about all of the gaudy, tactless funerals for the pikeys. Let me just watch one more quick news
Oh
report.
my god. So he basically just turned it into a topic about travelers. I don't find it surprising that the British white guy is this racist.
About it, and then we'll look.
He used to pretend to be a progressive. He used to describe himself as a Marxist, if I remember correctly. Chad Logic used to describe himself as a self-professed Marxist.
And then we'll look at some of the fantastic funerals they've been getting.
You see it only briefly, pursued by a police car, and then another two. They didn't know it, but the five aged 17 to 23 and travelling in the car at speed were minutes from death. They'd turned onto the A66.
Anyway, dude, Americans don't get it. They don't understand it. They've got a very romanticized idea of the gypsy. they think of like a Romani in one of those little painted wooden caravans, when the reality in the UK is anything but. It's basically a bunch of jobless criminals turning up with nothing to do and then breaking and then pitching up in a local car park and smashing up the windows of the people parked for work and shit.
Oh yeah, of course. That's of course.
Like that.
I super trust you on this, Chad Logic.
Heading to Middlesbrough, one of the most known and well-used roads in the northeast of
I
England.
really trust the illiterate cretin on subjects of this matter.
A separate police car, not pursuing, was driving the right way. The resulting collision was fatal for everyone. PC Tom Clough was an Iraq war veteran. PC Matthew Blades, a dad of 2 little boys.
Oh God,
they were
that's
entirely
fucking
committed to their civic duty to serve the public.
What we need to do, I think, as a community is come together.
Bro, that is fucked up, man. I can't even think of anything funny to say about that. It's just fucking insane. You know, just a couple of coppers trying to do their job. And they get smashed to bits because some dirty pikeys decide good Zogbot. Oh.
Someone in chat, I'm looking at Chad Logic's chat, and someone in there wrote, "Oh, I'd rather have a black neighbor than a traveler neighbor. Travelers are so bad." This is Chad Logic's audience. They reflect the creator pretty well.
Survived Iraq but killed by a couple of pikeys. Pikeys are more deadly than ISIS.
In solidarity with Cleveland Police, make sure they know how valued what they do is and how important it is to communities right across.
No, this person's got better hair than you. It's not you, Chad Logic. This person's got better hair than you.
Our area, because it's very easy to criticise the police, but actually what they do is tremendously important to local people, and they are held in very high esteem by the communities of Cleveland.
In the car,
Why has
Jacob
Chad Logic
Letizia-
started wearing a hat? By the way, I wonder.
Mackay Saddington,
It's actually said that I can compare Chad Logic to a Disney villain.
Theo Ray, Michael Robert Cahill,
Hello, Lisa Blogger. I'm supposed to finish a novel by 9 p.m., but I want to see this. Oh, wait. You're reading a novel? Or are you writing a novel? The what?
and Cole Robert Worthy. We now know a little more about how it unfolded. At 3:36 a.m., a ring.
Basically, Chad Logic just heard the words car and crash, and decided that it's travelers. Like, he took a top subject that was completely unrelated to the topic of travelers and decided, oh yeah, it's high noon. It's time to be racist. It's high time to be racist. Reading what novel are you reading?
Doorbell captures that pursuit on a residential street called Lime Road and turns a corner.
Again, I was supposed to debate Chad Logic on this, and he said we're gonna debate in a week, and that was in 2023. Okay, that was like, Jesus Christ, what, 3 years ago? Where Chad Logic was supposed to debate me on Travelers. His big brain heard car and travelers and put two and two together. I mean, nobody spoke of any travelers, so... Oh, I have a Twitch. Caught a bit of your stream. When do you usually go live? Can I have your stream time to tune in next time? Let's chill about it. Oh, it's a bot. Jesus Christ. Of course. It's always bots on Twitch.
Onto the Larchers. Police are following because intelligence had detected 2 cars with cloned number plates. But the pursuit was then called off when the 5 in one of the cars went onto the A66 driving in the wrong direction. PC Clough and PC Blades.
Yeah, so this is apparently police procedure in the UK. I don't know what it's like in America. But if a pursuit ends up with the car going onto like the wrong side of the road, particularly like an A road, they just call the pursuit off because it's too dangerous. But then it raises the question.
I mean, the news have not even alleged anybody was a traveler.
You just basically leave this car to drive off without any sort of inhibition. Like, how do you stop the car then? It probably is better, yes, because it creates more risk.
Like, apparently it's some teenage TikTok thing. Like, they've given a few examples of TikTokers driving recklessly. And, like, this has nothing to do with travelers per se. But of course, ChadLogic had to make it about travelers because ChadLogic loves being racist. ChadLogic adores his racist content.
But then, this is the fundamental issue with police pursuits, is that you can't notify the car that you've stopped chasing them and that they can slow down. So from their perspective, they just want to fucking get out of there. So they're going to likely continue to drive dangerously because they're trying to evade pursuit without knowing the pursuit has stopped. Same with the rapes, give them a pamphlet. Go around to caravan sites around the UK, handing out pamphlets saying, it's dangerous to drive at 70 miles an hour down the...
Of course.
The wrong way down the road.
Were in a marked armed response vehicle, which had been dispatched to search for the Passat. Over the weekend, Cleveland Police also put in a Section 60 order over this area of Middlesbrough, which gives them extra time to stop and search and deal with disorder. 12 arrests have now been made, and on the street where the doorbell cam picked up the chase, they haven't stopped thinking about the families of all those involved.
I have seen them before with the police lights, you know, and that, but it's heartbreaking. Really is. I feel so much.
Do you have a rate fetish?
Painful.
Welcome back, Chud. Did you see your colleague Duck Viper leaked GTA 6 while you were gone?
Hey! Thank you for the kicks, thank you. Yes,
Yeah, but
I did see a bit about that. I need to get all the deets on it. But I
it's
will
not like the funerals of everybody in all these incidents have been disclosed or traced.
of course be talking about Dark Viper getting raped by fucking Rockstar tomorrow. Thank you for the kicks though.
So you've seen this before happen round here?
Oh, seen the police chasing cars down here, definitely.
How do you feel about what this has done for Middlesbrough as well?
We are at the top of everything that's wrong, aren't they? Everything that comes out, we're at the top of the list. I just don't know how are we going to get back to.
I mean, yeah, ChadLogic has children, but what does... I'm not sure I see the connection.
Some normality in life, because it just seems to be spiraling out of control.
A social media account which showed one of the teenagers shows this pursuit from a few months ago. The car driven on footpaths and off-road. The account banned from TikTok, which says it removes content that...
Fucking hell, dude.
Jeez, the TikTok challenges are a blight on the earth. The TikTok challenges are the worst thing ever conceived, I think.
How do you contend with this, man? What do you do about this? People that are just this flagrant with this kind of abuse of our good-natured society.
No, that's funny. ChadLogic's a comedian. Good-natured society. Yeah, ChadLogic is the biggest example of the good nature of society, of British society. Good nature.
It's fucking sickening to me. It's the
Good natured of. I mean, a lot of things are sickening to you, Chad Logic, because you're so good natured.
disgusting and sickening. And this is the locust-like mindset of the pikey. They are like a cancer. They are, you know, it's like Agent Smith and Matrix talking about humans being a cancer, but it's about pikeys, and it's true.
So good natured. Oh my God, Chad Logic, you're just so good natured.
They are like a cancerous entity. They bring nothing. They bring nothing to society but misery and crime. And they pitch up in an area and just make it a bit shitter. They enshitify any area that they go into. What is the upside? Someone tell me the upside of a bunch of pikeys moving in down the car park down the road from you. How is your life enriched by
Chad Logic, the representative of the kind-natured society.
the culture that they bring to you?
I mean, I could level. I could just point to you and ask the same question, Chad Logic. What is the upside of having someone like you around? How am I enriched by listening to this drivel?
Just like, well, hang on, that's not like refugees. At least refugees bring their food recipes. What food recipes are pikeys bringing?
Could harm people.
What are you bringing to the table, Chad Logic? Out of your bigotry. Like, come on.
Including risky driving. In Middlesbrough, the Independent Office for Police Conduct is investigating, and there have been requests for all not to speculate on causes while that continues.
Cleveland Police says there's no evidence to suggest that any of the filming that took place was for the purposes of TikTok. 4 of those in the Passat had previous convictions, but driving the wrong way at speed.
Wait, what?
Filming that took place was for the purposes of TikTok. 4 of those in the Passat had previous convictions.
For what exactly?
For
I did see one.
Reckless driving, probably. Okay.
One post about this with some extraordinary amount of convictions of one of the people. The leftist programming leaving child's body at Mach 20 as soon as pikeys are vaguely mentioned. Well, the thing is, you know, the immigrant thing is there are immigrants that, you know, like it's not one uniform thing. Right? You can have an immigrant live next to you that's of a certain nature, a certain perspective.
Oh, of course, but travelers are just not human. They're just all identical. Of course.
I have never met a good pikey. I have literally never in my life met a good pikey. My earliest memory of knowing of pikeys.
Oh my gosh. The anecdotes. Okay.
Is that because I grew up in council housing, and my mum ended up buying a council house because of the right to buy scheme. Thank you, Margaret Thatcher. And she bought the council house that we lived in, and then sold it, and then moved forward essentially. Bit of social mobility, should we say? But because I lived in council housing, you obviously ended up with people living next to you that sometimes were like, you know, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a bunch of pikeys moved into the house next door, and it was fucking shit. It was horrendous. They'd leave. They basically took all of like the goods out from their house and just dumped them outside, and it looked horrible. And they were just like obnoxious, and it was horrific. And then from there, every single time I've known of, I had interactions with pikeys, it's been terrible. I've never had an interaction with.
I wonder how people feel about interactions with you.
I can't think of a good interaction with an individual pikey, nor can I think of an interaction or a time that a group of pikeys has been in a certain area and it's had a positive influence and it's been good, or there's been some upside to it. It's, you know, the one I can
kind-natured
remember most vividly is this place that I used to work at, some pikeys pitched up and they went into like this car park that was behind the office that I worked at. And it was just miserable. It was fucking miserable. You know, constant complaints about cars getting smashed, obnoxious pikey youths being like fucking talking a load of shit and stuff like that. You know, when they're the ones that aren't supposed to be there. You know, they're not supposed to be there. These people are there to do an honest day's fucking living. And these pikeys are just smashing their window. And the thing is, I could even understand, as much as I still would think it's bad, thieving something, right? You don't have something, you thieve it, you sell it, you get money, right? I can at least understand that dynamic
But travelers, they just do it for the love of the game or something.
of that criminality. But some of the criminality that they engage in
Yeah,
is
it's just for the love of the game, right? Chad Logic?
totally like rootless and baseless and unnecessary, and it just causes like pain for no discernible upside to them beyond some sort of like fleeting you know, feeling of adrenaline for smashing a window. Like, to me, they are not human. They're not human.
Oh my god.
To me, because they like just smash something because it's fun, and that's their mentality. That's all that they've got, and that's all that they can think of. And the thing is whilst I could understand,
At least Chad Logic used to be more restrained with this crap, but like the Chad Logic that was supposed to debate me on this was still the more restrained Chad Logic.
some teens doing some crazy stuff, I get that. The mentality amongst the pikey community is not to, you know, have an extreme measure against that. Like, if you're a parent and you found out they're like locusts and wasps. If you're a parent and you found out your kid had smashed the car up, you would take some sort of serious action to deal with that. Some sort of restorative thing. You'd, you know, I don't know what you do exactly, but you do
Oh, okay. You do something.
something to try and remedy that and try and deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
But these pikeys don't think like that. They don't have that mentality. You know, they wouldn't cut. They don't come up and, you know, if you were a parent, the thing comes to mind is you're a parent. Your kid smashes up someone's window. You would go to the person and say, "I'm so sorry. Here's, you know, 200 quid or whatever to get your window replaced. Sorry for the trouble." And then you'd have some sort of severe punishment for the kid, like they wouldn't be allowed to, you know, do it. They would lose tablet privileges and everything for a month, or some crazy fucking punishment that would be
Crazy punishment.
extremely harsh and painful for them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But when pikey kids
Do you
go and
have a
smash
rape
up a window, Malbus, thank
They
you.
get praised and rewarded. They get an extra tablet. When a traveler child destroys someone's window, their parents reward them with 2 extra tablets and a computer.
The kicks, thank you, thank you. But when pikeys do it, their parents don't give a fuck. And they take no substantive, meaningful remedial action, at least with the locals to deal with it. You don't get 200 quid, which they presumably earned from stealing copper wire or some shit. You don't get them come up to you and go, "Oh, sorry about that, here's 200 quid for the trouble." They don't fucking care, they don't give a shit. So there's you know, at least from the side of the normal person living there, there's no perception of any sort of negative consequence coming of that. And indeed, they continue to engage in that and continue to participate in this behaviour. It would suggest that there is no remedy for this. There is no punishment. There is no substantive negative consequence that these pikeys experience as a result of their petty, shitty, antisocial...
I wonder what Chad Logic's... I don't know. I wonder what the solution is according to Chad Logic, since he doesn't see travelers as human. How do you deal with those who you do not see as human?
behavior.
Yeah.
And it does sound bad what I'm saying,
Oh
But
yeah,
where
no, it doesn't. You're very kind-natured. You're part of the kind-natured society.
how am I wrong? What am I wrong about? That's the thing, is you could be outraged about the fact that I'm saying such crazy stuff about pikeys. But where am I wrong? That is just how it is, as far as I can tell. And if you had
As far as I can tell,
someone to show to
it
me,
is what it is.
but no, you don't see there is an internal structure and there's an internal. Show me then. Where is that happening? Where is that fucking happening? And I think that it's not, you know, there's clearly a culture gap there because they're used to this kind of traveling mentality and they've got a whole different way of life. But the thing for me is, I just don't think that you can live that life in the modern era. And the modern era is about finding
And that makes them not human.
some roots somewhere and growing from there. You can't just travel around the place in a fucking caravan, going from site to site, trying to cobble together a living.
What does that have to do with anything?
But driving the wrong way at speed for posting
Like
on social
this is just incoherent rambling. Like the only thing that I got from that's concrete in any way is that Chad Logic does not see travelers as human.
media has
Yeah, but the thing is with other races is that even if you've got a problem with urban blacks, right?
Since when are travelers... What the fuck is he saying? Race traveler? What? With other races? So now travelers are like a race? What? What?
There's blacks you can point
The traveler race
to that circumvent the stereotype. And if there was a way I could say and point to that urban blacks with other races.
Of course, Chad Logic uses the term blacks, of course. Why am I not surprised? Of course, Chad Logic's racist against black people.
Is that even if you've got a problem with urban blacks, right? There's blacks you can point to that circumvent the stereotype. And if there was a way I could say, oh no, look, these pikeys here, because I do have a mentality of, you know, graciousness towards any group, particularly
No, you don't. Fuck off.
Ones that are stereotyped in there, you know. So if
Fuck off. No, you don't. Oh my god.
there was a group of pikeys, I could say, well, there's these that are doing this, that. I'd be like, yeah, sure, but I've, you know, and maybe they do exist. Who knows? And I've just not seen them. But I've never seen of them or heard of them.
Oh yeah, if Chad Logic has not heard of or seen something, then that must mean that that thing does not exist. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
I've never heard of or seen travelers that you can apply this to of they're one of the good ones.
One of the good ones. Fucking hell, Chad Logic is such a racist, I swear to God. Even the fact that you say they're one of the good ones is racist as fuck. You know? One of the good ones. Like the fact that your default is, oh yeah, a bunch of them are bad, but you can point some good ones. That's... I think Chad Logic is either too stupid or lacks the self-awareness to realize that, but whatever. The good ones. Oh god.
All pikeys are fucking scum. Like literally every single one. I cannot think of any example of a pikey that I point to and go, well, he's all right. He's okay. That group's fine. That group's fine.
Become an issue that
I mean, you've already said that you don't even see them as human. No. You don't see travelers as human, so I just... Where do you even go from there?
spans borders.
5 teenagers died in County
Anyway, I don't know if this is actually pikeys or not, so I need to get my facts straight. Show me a pikey engineer and I'll show you an honest Somalian. Okay, dude. See, look, you know how bad it is when
I told you, you just saw the words car and crash, and he decided, oh, this is the perfect opportunity for me to go on a racist rant about travelers. Even if they're completely unrelated to the topic at hand. I'm just gonna go off and gonna tell you how I don't see a whole group of people as human. Because that is the kind-hearted reaction to looking at a car crash news report. As the kind-hearted reaction of Chad Logic to call a whole group of people subhuman. Yeah, of course, that makes perfect sense.
Flip-flop, the resident libtard, is even talking about how much pikeys suck. The Irish government spends millions to help travellers, and the whole campaign ran by travellers is defending what they do. Even fucking Flip-flop is calling for TPD.
There in Ireland last week, seriously injuring 3 sisters and a 7-year-old boy in another car, igniting a debate there about the regulation of social media as it has here.
Anybody who glorifies dangerous driving is doing something that is truly reprehensible.
Literally, this piece of news has nothing to do with travelers whatsoever, but Chad Logic made it all about them for some reason. I have just... What the hell?
Unacceptable. In time we will come to all of the issues involved here, but at this moment in time it's right for the investigation to take its course.
Sometimes there are no words. There are 7 families grieving, and there are 2 little boys without their father, and the weight of that will sit with everyone here for a very long time.
Francis Reid. Well, a short time ago, I spoke to Paul Williams, the acting Deputy National Chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales, and asked him for his thoughts on the incident.
The whole policing family is still numb and still coming to terms with such a shocking event. In my whole 26 years of policing,
Wait a minute.
I've never seen anything
Hang on
like
a second.
this. It's
Regulation of social media. What about regulation of pikeys? Dude, what the fuck, man? I wish I knew it was definitely pikeys. I still don't know that for a fact.
What? Literally something completely unrelated to the group. It was teens filming for TikTok as part of a TikTok thing, and somehow Chad Logic makes it about travelers. Yes, he is. What do I even say? What do I even say? He took a completely unrelated piece of news and decided to make it about travelers.
Yeah, social media, that's the problem.
Well, yeah, if you have a TikTok trend that is about reckless driving and filming it, and all the examples here given were of young teens, or not young teens, of teens filming themselves for TikTok, then yes, clearly it is the social media that needs regulation. What do you mean?
Not a bunch of fucking cockroach pikeys driving about the wrong side of the road at top speed because there's no negative consequence that comes their way.
Absolutely shocking, and my heart goes out to the families of all involved.
This news is about teens that drive recklessly for TikTok views, and Chad Logic makes it about travelers.
I mean, Cleveland police have said there's no evidence that filming in this incident was for the purposes of TikTok. But there are questions being asked about dangerous driving that is being filmed on social media.
In the UK, we need VPNs for everything now.
Is that something that your members are seeing more of?
Absolutely.
We just sell our data for American film firms.
It's quite frequent on social media that dangerous driving.
So welcome, John the Basin. I cannot help but notice that you're white.
Police pursuits, police officers being baited openly in public is put on social media, and it's glorified and sensationalized while our cops are vilified.
Clearly the problem is travelers, actually, not the topic of the news.
It's absolutely unacceptable that social media platforms, who are already under scrutiny for causing so much damage to people and vulnerable children.
Dude, Anglo shared an absolute gem. Okay, well, we'll get to that as well. Burn survivor Darren Harris. How do you know he's a pikey? Shouted to oblivion after stealing scrap metal.
But I've never seen someone as angry about the social media ban as Chad. Does he have something to hide? I mean, he wears his bigotry on his sleeve. So, actually, no, he doesn't have anything to hide. He's pretty open with his horribleness.
We're now seeing another layer to this. We're now seeing crime, open crime being committed on social media.
Dude, this isn't just a car accident. This is the reason this is caught on. And it's funny because actually we covered this, Flip Flop sent all the stuff about what was happening in Ireland. And we covered Northern Ireland, and we covered it then. It's become a mainstream story because it involves someone driving down the wrong way on the street. And although it's unsaid by the mainstream news, it's people associated with the pikey community.
Of course. Any car crash, any and every car crash has to be travelers. By the way, travelers are white, Lucy, genetically the same as other Irish. I mean, that's why they're called Irish travelers. Because they're Irish, but you would think that the name kind of gives it away. Irish travelers, But I guess according to Chad logic, traveler is a race.
Sorry, the traveller community. That's the line that I've heard, which means it's pikeys to me. I mean, what? It's a soft way of admitting it. That's the line that I've heard.
Of course.
Oh, it was Ireland. Okay. It was Ireland. Right, yeah, because that's why it wasn't getting reported on as much over here, because it was Ireland. But now it's happening in the UK, particularly the mainland UK, particularly England. Now we give a shit.
Media and the use of AI to edit this, identifying officers' personal details. And
by the way, right, AI.
Yeah. Yes, Chad logic.
Been an absolute boon for pikeys, and the levels of
GRT
tactless slop that they're pumping out now, particularly in relation to funerals for these fucking cockroaches, is tremendous. It is utter fucking AI dog shit slop that they're pumping out. It's literally perfect for the pikey mentality.
And
Jesus Christ, the racism on the display. God damn.
Not on social media.
This guy used to pretend to be a progressive. I cannot stress this enough. This guy used to pretend to be a progressive.
Oh my god, dude.
Millions to view.
Why does he keep doing
It's
that?
absolutely unacceptable, and social media platforms need to take responsibility.
Because the government has asked social media companies to take down some of these dangerous driving videos.
Dude, it's so... I agree, by the way.
I agree.
that there is a conversation about social media responsibility.
Oh,
But
how gracious of you. But actually, it's all about travelers in reality, right? It's typical for people accused of things to be radicalized to the right. Oh, what was Chad Logic accused of?
It's funny how, assuming it is Pikeys, I still need to check that. Assuming it is Pikeys,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Uh-huh.
That's being completely left out of the conversation.
I mean, yeah, the thing that you made up is being indeed left out of the conversation. Yes, your made up thing is being left out. You're right. What the fuck?
Because to me, I mean, you could broaden it out to a question about young people doing this or something. I don't know if.
What the fuck, Chad Logic? What the fuck? John the Brazen says, sexting someone in his Discord who told him she was of age but turned out not to be.
If it's not all Pikeys, but is there not a question? Like, it is preposterous to me. When I was a kid, growing up,
Mm-hmm.
I did shitty things, right? I did little shitter things. I mean, some of my friends took it even further, to be
Okay.
fair as well, okay?
Uh-huh.
I told you about the, blowing up a car incident. I didn't blow up, that's nothing to do with me.
Of course, of course. It was it was travelers, actually.
But to me, a shitty thing would be like, I don't know. I can't fucking think of an example, but you do little shitty things when you're young and you're growing up. But then if your parents got wind of it, there'd be significant negative consequence for you having done that,
Mm-hmm.
But none of that.
John the Brazen says, well, technically he did things by the book. The age gap was still pretty huge, like 32, 16, and 18 years old.
Yeah, stealing a chocolate bar, stealing something from your local store.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really just, if it's two adults, then the age gap is for the two individuals too, Like there are relationships with pretty significant age gaps. I've known a person that married a different person and they were 30 years apart. One was 60, one was 30. And people decide to do what they decide to do. Think you've got to be pretty desperate to be sexting in the Discord. I guess, yeah.
A bit of shoplifting, a bit of petty shoplifting. But this is like another level. This goes beyond.
Goes beyond.
And maybe
Hello, Greater. I don't know if I see you. Hello, Big Jerry.
Social media is such an important part because maybe that leads people doing crazier stuff. But it's totally mind-boggling to me.
That it's not being. It's mind-boggling to Chad Logic that this thing that has nothing to do with travelers is not being made to be about travelers.
The level you get to is driving a car at 70 miles an hour, or however fast it was, the wrong way down essentially a motorway. That's the level that you get to with it.
Do you
it's
have a
fucking
rape
crazy to me.
Your culture is so fucking raped that anytime something bad happens, they just want to rip away rights and make life shittier with broad laws. But TPD.
Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Appreciate that. Why does it regulate social media? Well, I think it's that you can't make driving down the wrong side of the road any more illegal. You can't really change that, but you can make it so that social media doesn't allow you to, post these videos without getting your account banned, I guess. I mean, really, it should be about them enforcing their own rules. You don't even need a government policy for this. It should be, I'm certain that TikTok has got some rule that prevents you from posting footage of you explicitly breaking the law like this. So they just need to enforce their own rules.
But I mean, we've been able to access several of them today. It seems that unless they show something illegal...
Oh no. The audience getting bored. Quickly, Chad Logic. Go back to talking about how travelers are subhuman. Quickly. You're losing them, Chad Logic. We're watching Chad Logic talking about how travelers are cockroaches and subhuman. This is basically what we were seeing here. There was a car accident that involved teens just filming for TikTok, because there's some TikTok trend about driving recklessly, and Chad Logic decided that that's the perfect opportunity to say that it's actually all about travelers and they're subhuman, and he doesn't see them as human, and they're all criminals and cockroaches. That's basically the gist of it. And yes, travelers, Irish travelers, people that, or all types of people that have a traveling lifestyle, like Roma people, for example.
They're under no obligation to do so.
Yeah, the government can ask these individuals to take them down. They can ask the social media platforms to take them down, but without mandation, this isn't going to happen. It's still going to continue. And the fact is, zero...
The solution. I've played this before when talking about ITs.
Richter thought smashing up our arcade might help me to persuade Mickey to fight. And if that wasn't enough, he thought it would be a good idea to burn Mickey's mum's caravan while she was asleep in it.
Oh. This is what I'm thinking for the future.
Yeah, but that's because you're not racist and you're not Chad Logic. That's probably why you don't see why. It might have to do with these two things kind of coalescing together. You not being a racist and you not being Chad Logic. Okay, that's enough. What the hell is this supposed to be?
Engaging in petty theft of copper wire. Nose. Engaging in... That'll teach you pikeys for smashing up car windows. Engaging in petty theft of copper wire.
Consequences for these people, and when we're openly putting lives at stake and causing serious harm to the public and serious worry.
It's actually sickening that the GRT community is the one community that it's okay to discriminate against. I mean, unfortunately, that's a thing all over Europe. All over Europe, people see Roma people, for example, as people that it's okay to be discriminatory against. I witnessed it in real life. It's a thing. Unfortunately, that's a really big thing in Europe.
To our officers on the street who are already overworked and stretched beyond capacity.
It's hardly a thing that is just exclusive to England, is what I'm saying, to Great Britain.
Unacceptable that they can get away with this. There needs to be some mandation and
like,
governance.
Unfortunately, some milder version of what Chad Logic is spouting here is much more prevalent than, you know.
Around how social media can broadcast.
Oh.
I guess he's losing his audience, so he has to go back. I bet he's gonna say something about travelers.
Social media control? No. Pikey control? Yes.
There you go.
That's what I'm advocating for.
Brilliant.
And TikTok, for instance, says it's
brilliant.
Removing incidents and videos and accounts that break our rules related to this incident, and they remove content routinely that causes significant physical harm, including risky driving.
Honestly, I do. It's very interesting how much of this ends up in what we need is more government regulation of this. It always comes back to this. What? Why is it so? I mean, I agree with some level of conversation about social media promoting this or having it on their platform. But is there no conversation about the identity of the individuals that committed this heinous act?
Of course, it's always about. It has to be that this has to somehow connect to Chad Logic's racist fantasies, of course. No matter what the subject, no matter what the context, no matter what the story, it always has to connect to Chad Logic's fantasies of seeing people as cockroaches and subhuman. Interesting. It costs, John the Brazen says, it costs them more to live in a caravan park for travelers than it does to live in a house, so they don't really have a choice but to camp in unusual places.
I'm interested. What? I don't actually know. I still don't know. I still don't know. Are they actually pikeys? We're going to have to look at the funeral footage to understand.
Do you think we can rely on social media companies to police themselves?
It's clear we can't rely on social media companies to police themselves because they've been given numerous opportunities, not just in relation to dangerous driving or other crime, but in relation to abuse of vulnerable people. It just continues to happen over and over again, and there doesn't seem to be any regulation. It has to stop.
More generally, Paul, how do you police something like this? If there are people in a car who actually are baiting a chase.
John the Brazen says, the Green Party council leader in my area has done outreach with the GRT community, only the left has engaged with them. I mean, of course. The right wing is like Chad Logic, basically, of course.
From the police.
I tell you what you do.
And how it connects to travelers, probably.
It's like Order 66 from Star Wars. Sorry to do a voice stop reference, but I can't think of any other fucking example where you basically marched armed authorities onto every single caravan estate. I mean, at this point, I got to be honest with you, I don't know what other solution there is to some of these problems.
Yeah, Chad Logic. I made a little joke about Chad, wondering what Chad Logic's solution is. You know, for people that he sees as not human. But I guess he just straight up said it. He'd like to see a little genocide. What a joke. Ha ha ha. Fuck me. Labour is not part of the left anymore, by the way. They have bragged about preventing traveller incursions in their leaflets.
Other than a final solution to the pikey question, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else to suggest. We've tried everything else. We tried giving them, what are they called? Where they going to go to their caravan. We tried giving them space to do that. They don't bother using it or turn it into a tip. They still post up wherever they fucking want to.
How do you then pursue them?
Yes, mandatory delousing for pikeys.
When that's what they want sometimes.
It is what they want, and there are numerous powers. I mean, if they're putting themselves on camera, they are identifying themselves, and then you put themselves on social media, they're identifying themselves further. There are
obviously, when watching news about teens driving recklessly for TikTok views, that's the perfect opportunity to pitch your idea for the final solution against travelers. there is a solution, but that involves undoing the land reforms that were done to accelerate the Industrial Revolution. I mean, the emergence of nation states has also not helped people that live as travelers, because historically travelers have moved between borders of different countries, but that's a whole different topic as well.
Numerous laws in relation to antisocial driving, but also public order offences as well.
Yeah, also, hang on a minute. If they're posting this on TikTok, the police now use all this fucking Plantier AI shit. Normally they're using it to track down people that are expressing racial disquiet or some shit. Why aren't they using it to track down these people driving the cars like this?
It's a question of resources, not just power. Police resources are also already stretched beyond capacity.
Logic is so stupid, I swear to God.
And our cops are asking for help. They can't deal with this alone. They're asking for help from the government and from social media platforms to stamp down on this behaviour.
Paul Williams from the Police Federation. Thanks.
The problem is, even if you crack down on it on social media, they're still going to send it to their mates. Like, there's still a social... Like, it just makes it a broader thing, but they're still potentially going to send it to their mates, no? Is it going to stop it if you regulate social media?
I mean, it's gonna, as you've just said, it's gonna limit the social clout that you get from it. Like, is Chad Logic stupid? That's a rhetoric question. Of course he is stupid. John the Business says, see what I mean? Though people like Chad don't understand their issues. They think because they're traveler caravan parks that they should be happy. They're expensive and not really a solution. I mean, yeah, of course, but Chad Logic doesn't really care about solutions to this. Because Chad Logic, as he said, I don't even have to speculate on this. He said on this stream that he doesn't see them as human, that he sees them as cockroaches, and that he'd like Order 66. Like he doesn't see them as human. Fundamentally, he said it here in this VOD.
Look at some of the information about these people.
He doesn't care about solutions. He doesn't care about helping people. That's the reality of the situation here. He just doesn't care.
What the fuck is this, dude? In loving memory of... Do you see what I mean about the AI thing? Look at the state of this, man. Look at this, dude. In loving memory of Cole Worthy, forever in our hearts. Balloon release. That's the other thing I've noticed about this. All these fucking scum, these pikey scum, are doing these balloon releases. Yes, 7 people were killed. So you've got the 5 pikeys... The 5 pikey teenagers in the car. And then you've got the 2 coppers.
Again, he said several times that he doesn't even know if it was travelers. He doesn't know.
So let's crack on and see what else we got. Oh my god, dude. Look, another balloon release. They're all balloon releases. Balloon release for Jacob. 5 o'clock South Bank Field. Orange balloons for the release. If anyone is wanting to order smoke cannons or fireworks, please message Keely. She's getting them tomorrow. That's one of the biggest crimes. They're just tactless. Totally tactless beings. Totally tactless fucking insects.
You're one to talk, Chad Logic, about being tactless. Jesus Christ almighty. The irony is peaking.
These pikeys.
Chad Logic's gonna lecture people about being tactless.
These are who we have all lost today. Top boys. Gone wait. Bro, this is what I'm talking about, dude. This is what I mean. They're getting valorized, bro. They're fucking scum. They're disgusting scum. They're in a just world. Would have seen the inside of a shower, okay? But they're getting valorized by their fellow fucking pikey cockroach scum, and they're getting pushed as like, oh, poor lads, balloon release, top lads. Meanwhile, they were driving the wrong way down the road and smashed into a cop car and killed everyone. Oh my God, it makes me sick.
Have I mentioned that he said several times throughout this video that he doesn't even know if it was travelers?
Gone too soon, but the only good in it is you to have all gone together. Stay together up there till everyone else gets their lads. Okay, and then we've got some supplementary information here.
The answer to that question, John the Brazen, is yes, he has just decided that. He has just decided that, actually. Because again, he said several times in this video that he doesn't know the identity of those people. He just decided to turn this into a racist rant for no reason.
Okay, this is a bit weird. There's a kid on there, but whatever. Bonus ball, £15. The number Goodwin for 15 bikes fresh. I wonder where they got those bikes from. Dude, pikeys nick shit and sell it. That's what they do. That's what they fucking do, bro.
Yeah, did you know that he was supposed to debate me on this topic? But he was too cowardly to do so, and now he's returned to this pet topic, I guess.
They nick
I was
things.
supposed to debate him on the topic of Irish travelers back in 2023.
And sell it on social media. They steal and sell. They don't have fucking jobs. They steal shit and sell it. That's how they make money.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God, it makes me fucking so mad, dude.
Of course. The thing that you made up in your brain is making you really, really mad. Maybe take a chill pill.
Say no more. And there's just a bunch of caravans. Oh my God, dude. Look at the state of...
We're going to debate him without knowing his sexist history. How much remove? I mean, he bailed. He ghosted me. I talked to him briefly because he was trying to turn me into a lol cow or something or whatever. He brought me on. We talked a bit. He realized that it's kind of a no-go. Then he said, we're gonna debate in a week. And it's been years and nothing came of it.
Look at the state, man.
Nothing came of it.
Hey! What was that? Thank you for the tip.
Need to know what to say back to them if the debate goes off the rails. I mean...
Thank you. Thank you. Very generous. Appreciate
There
that.
are many other things that I could tell him. I would just need to point out his illiteracy, and I think that would be more on brand for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I saw this as well. All of you are invited to the balloon release. Sunrise, sunset with a fucking bird. Forever in our hearts. The Privy's field. Oh, in a field. What a shocker. What a fucking shocker that is in some dog shit field somewhere.
Where else would you do it? In the middle of a crowded street? Where would you do it? Of course. This is what I mean when I say that Chud logic is stupid. Oh, you're doing a balloon release in a field, on a field.
Yeah, okay. I've seen enough. 100% pikeys, without doubt, without question. Definitely pikeys.
Of course.
Apparently not travellers. They just had close links to the traveller community. Like Appleby Horse Fair, caravans, massive gold bling, boxing, lamping, and everything OTT and gaudy. Yes, dude, these people get it. These people get what they're all about. They understand.
Of course.
And we've actually got footage of the balloon release. What's this? Pikey funeral.
What?
Fuck. Oh, dude. It's so dignified. It's so dignified.
You want to talk chat logic?
Yeah, dude, imagine this is one of your houses and you look out the back and there's a bunch of pikeys doing some funeral for some absolute subhuman shit that ran into a bunch of fucking coppers with his car. Okay, you were linking me this earlier as well. The fucking gold-plated funeral. Look at this fucking AI slop. Oh my god, dude. The AI poster, man. Oh my fucking god. All the bleached hair gypsy women. Yep, yeah, yeah. Dude, what is this as well, man? Look at the state of that, dude. See, if someone, I feel like if someone from normal society.
Oh. Who is Kaloji? I don't know who that is. I'm not surprised though.
Did something like this, they would have an extremely pared-packed, toned-down ceremony because of the recognition of what they did was so wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And they would have this kind of, you know, quiet reverence amongst the family, but they wouldn't take it beyond that because they'd be like, you know, God, he did a terrible thing, so let's just have a ceremony for the family. But the pikeys, they're very different, you see. This is what this is exactly what I'm talking about their culture. They don't have this kind of respectfulness with it. It's like, yeah, this guy did something dreadful. Let's valorize and celebrate him anyway. It's disgusting and despicable. Okay, what, dude, what is this, man? Oh my god! Dude, the fucking AI boxing glove thing, dude! Oh my god, man. What? Look at the state of this, and what is that? Boxing? Are they boxing shoes or something? Well, pikeys love boxing. You know, people will talk about Snatch. Snatch is a realistic representation of what pikeys are like. And they fucking love boxing. They love boxing.
What's wrong with boxing?
So a lot of the trappings of their life is around boxing, hence the golden boxing gloves, and I'm guessing boxing shoes. I don't really know much about boxing. Dude, this is all AI generated too. You can just tell from the veneer on it. Look at this. It's all fucking AI generated slop. Oh my god! You can't be serious, man. What is this?
Okay.
Least ostentatious, gaudy, pikey funeral, by the way. The fucking Downs kid.
So kind-hearted and not at all tactless. Not at all tactless.
This is so good, man. Oh my god. This is one of the lads, right? This is one of the lads that was in the car. And this is how they're celebrating his life. I am certain that if a normal person that isn't a pikey was involved in a crash driving down the wrong way of a road into a police car, it would be small scale, opposite of ostentatious, for the family to quietly commemorate, even recognizing they'd done wrong, to say it's sad that he died, he lived a terrible life, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Whereas this is about celebrating it. This is how they treat their criminals. This is how they treat some of their worst, most despicable criminals. Does that not... It makes me fucking furious. I'm like, what? This is backwards and wrong. I'm not saying that you should have a thing where you're, you know, focused too much on...
Okay, that's enough. So that's Shad Logic. That's Shad Logic. Kind-hearted individual, as he said. He's part of the... He is the representative of kind-heartedness of society, I suppose, of British society. Brilliant. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna be right back, I guess. Amazing. Amazing stuff. You're amazing, Chad Logic. You're so amazing. What an amazing dude. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. As I go to the toilet, consider donating or subscribing, because I depend on you for survival, my dear viewers. And my dog, my long-haired German Shepherd, also depends on you for survival, you know? And he's a long-haired German Shepherd. I'll be right back. I've been forced to watch 5 adverts. Don't you get enough of me from ad revenue? No, no. I got like cents from ad revenue, you know? If I survived on ad revenue, then I would just starve, you know? I would eat dirt, you know? I would eat grass. I would not touch grass if I depended on ad revenue. I would eat grass, you know? It's my sustenance. You know what I mean? Entschuldigung, you know? That is what I would do to survive. Reacting to political clusterfucks? What is this?
Like, talk about cool ideas, talk about, you know, serious shit, talk about wacky shit, talk shit, you know, just in a social way, you know. The idea of treating yourself like you are doing the news, or that you are a journalist, or something like that, that is absurd to me. What's the best method? Streamlabs or what? I mean, usually it would be the website, but because it's the end of the month, and the Streamlabs goes directly into the account. Usually, I would say the website, just because PayPal is. I'm trying to move away from PayPal, but PayPal is what Streamlabs uses, and that's able to go into my bank account like within like 30 minutes, you know, as opposed to like.
I mean, if you go to a country
what, 3
and
to 5 days or something.
report on stuff, then you are a journalist. Yeah.
On the other hand, if they ever fuck up,
if not PayPal, Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi is also Stripe. Ko-Fi is the same thing as the website, except for some reason, I think it's because I set up the Ko-Fi a lot, you know, like a year back. You just spit on your
Right.
mic. No, there's a fly that I just blew off. Because I set up Ko-Fi in the past. Ko-Fi is able
Ko-fi.
to do partial
Ko-fi.
instant payouts. So I think most of the money that goes to
Ko-fi.
Ko-Fi, I can
Jesus,
have
Ko-fi.
instantly. Most of it I can have
Even
instantly.
his little coffee icon.
It's the same thing as using the website donations. What's the kink? There's no kinks.
Oh
it's
my-
Not like it's not like a OnlyFans. Oh.
Oh my god. This
What
person
is
just
the link?
meanders so much.
Ko-Fi.com / Is that correct?
There's so much meandering. I want to know what he has to say about the thing he's watching.
That's a link.
Not.
they want to just fall back on the idea. Look, why are you focusing on me? Why little old me? Why out of all the people you could have focused on, you're focusing on little old me? Like, it feels like there's this type of victim complex that kind of some creators get into when they're held to the account of their own words. And so they want to live in both worlds, where on one hand, they're the
it's like the
up-and-coming-
modern Jon Stewart complex. Did you ever, you know, like he would always, you know, and he's very funny. I've always enjoyed him, but you know, he would pull that move in his career where he'd do the like, oh, I'm a comedian. Oh, I'm a political commentator, but oh, I'm a comedian. You know, he would do that move, and like it's very funny. But at the same time, it is sort of like, come on, you know why people are watching. You know why people are watching. They're not watching just because you're funny. They're watching for your takes, right? So yeah, I mean, streamers definitely do that as well.
It gets more complicated though when they definitely have more prescriptions, because there might be somebody.
I would never. I would always give you takes, and I would tell you. I would fight over them.
Okay.
who kind of tacitly.
When will you start accepting NFT links as donations? I have so many fun little doodles. What, NFTs? No, I don't know about that, dude.
NFTs, not
I don't know
NFCs.
about that. I'm gonna hook up crypto soon so that people can use that if they use that. There is a crypto. I forget what exactly it uses, but there's a way to do that with Stripe. But
Come on, you know why people are watching. You know why people are watching. They're not watching just because you're funny. They're watching for your takes, right? So yeah, I mean, streamers definitely do that as well.
It gets more complicated though when they definitely have more prescriptions, because there might be somebody who kind of tacitly sits back and kind of watches the events. Like a news story will pop up, they'll click it, they'll watch it, then go back to their games. Whatever. I don't know what exactly I would request of those people. You're a person, you live in the world, politics is life, you know. So I get it.
Yeah.
But for somebody who like consistently covers these events, consistently covers world affairs.
I cover world affairs pretty consistently, I would say.
I just expect a standard to be upheld that would treat them the same way we would expect someone on CNN to be treated.
Yeah.
Especially if they're starting like if they're an extension of like full political outfits, because it's not gonna.
Yeah.
It's not just a question of Hassan. There's gonna be concern. Like Brandon Herrera is an example of this type of power that can exist on both sides of the political spectrum, where there has to be some like accountability for people who are creators and seem to have like let their personality kind of do the heavy lifting, because people treat them like they're their friends. It's parasocial.
I mean, who's gonna do the accountability though?
In a way that reporters necessarily aren't.
I think the inherent problem with is that there is actually no way to like
what's the mechanism?
Force them to any sort of like standard without getting the companies that run these platforms to enforce the standard. Like there's no like community that we're all a part of.
Who's exactly gonna enforce the standard?
As like creators that can, I mean, I guess we could start it like really the only thing that like creators could do is start some sort of like, you know, shaming campaign, right? But that really kind of just feeds into the attention that probably they want if they make like some egregiously bad controversial take. Really the only thing that you can like the only thing that can like mediate behavior between these people is like an institution that has power over them. So, you know, like whenever we're talking about the reporters, like at actual
institutions. In this case, you either need to have some kind of government oversight or the platforms themselves. Like, what is there supposed to be? Like a board of streamers? Streamer board,
you know, they're at some level they are like, if CNN, or a good real example is Fox News had to fire Tucker Carlson because Tucker Carlson started he started becoming a liability for them. He started becoming more of a liability for them than he was an asset after the whole Dominion voting systems lawsuit. They fired him. You know, and they're an ideological outfit who probably very much agrees and appreciates the things that Tucker Carlson has to say. But they decided he was too much of a liability from a financial perspective, so they fired him. There's no one who can do that at like a liberal commentary community.
Yeah, that's why Tucker Carlson turned to political commentary from Fox News. He just became a online commentator, basically.
Level. Like there's no institution that we're all a part of except for like
just most people are just self-employed. Who's gonna fire them? They're just gonna fire themselves.
These giant businesses that we all sort of like were like independent contractors for.
What's the prescription here exactly? Because I don't really like what is it about these institutions that is if you have like CNN or whatever, like if someone is I guess causes problems politically for advertisers or whatever, like something will happen. That same kind of thing exists, but like there is a level of like, I guess, quote unquote professionalism, but that's not even necessarily a good thing. So I don't really know. Saying that institutions have oversight. Yeah, I mean, well, so does Twitch, right? So does YouTube. So does
Not the
it's
same
just
type
it,
of
it's just
oversight.
it's managed really, really differently for sure. Like with YouTube, it's more algorithmic. Twitch, it's more sort of
And the goal is completely different. Like the goal of Twitch algorithm or YouTube algorithm is not to uphold journalistic integrity of content creators on their platforms. And when it comes to real life media, at least there used to be some form of standard of conduct for reporters, for journalists. That's it's not really comparable. It's not comparable. The YouTube's algorithm, fundamentally, its goal is not to preserve some form of ethics in journalism or a code of conduct for journalists.
you have enough people pointing at the problem, or somebody gets reported for something that's genuinely horrible, and then maybe something
Genuinely horrible, right? But you can skirt the rules.
happens. But sorry to hear about your struggles, though. I have other struggles, though. If I can't go back to work, they will become monetary. I'm extremely lucky to be able to take time off right now to try and preserve my mental health, but the problems with my job will still be there whenever I go back, unfortunately. Yeah, no, it's a nightmare world.
Americans
that can like mediate these things. You see what I'm saying? So like I get what you're saying. Like it's totally a bad, like there's so much that's wrong with like the online.
That's sort of why I really like the the direction that we've been going with the website. Just because it's able to take fuck, it's gonna do the loop thing. No loop. Because it's able to take like all of the different platforms at once, and like so you can have multi-streaming support, while also, because we can link accounts so that every message that you type is also going to these other platforms, it actually like completely reverses the negative incentive of multi-streaming. That's why a lot of people to stream on like one platform, is because if you were to multi-stream to other platforms, then you're like splitting up your audience, and it's and it makes it like less accessible. Whereas like if you go to the website and then you link your account to these other platforms, and then you're and then you engage with stream, it's also engaging on all of these different platforms. So it actually like is beneficial to do so. It like completely reverses the problem. But it also means if I get banned on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, people that are on the platform, it doesn't matter if I get banned from it. I would have to be banned from everywhere all at once. And even then, there would be some option. So I would have to be banned from everything in order to lose it.
All right.
Right? So it also enables like enables me to be able to
meanders a
say shit
lot.
that I otherwise.
Vladimir says supporting Ukraine is a bad look and also morally wrong. Is a next DSA slogan, and I read. Wait, really? Wait, do you have a link or any? Supporting Ukraine is a bad look and also morally wrong is the next DSA slogan, unironically. I mean, DSA is just horrible on Ukraine. What the fuck is wrong with those people? What the fuck is wrong with those people?
Say or shouldn't say or whatever, you know.
Hello, Vladimir.
YouTube link work this time? Yeah, the there's a
Poland is living in 2050 with those Żabka hot dog machines while everything is crumbling in the UK. Oh, I actually get those hot dogs from time to time, by the way. In Żabkas, the little froggy stores. Oh, see, good stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've watched some Chud Logic again. I'm watching Kid Not Kin watch Dylan Burns now. Because I'm curious. I'm curious as to what's happening in the streaming space. TM, right? I'm killing two birds with one stone by watching one streamer, watching another streamer, and I get like a full spectrum. I get the bigger picture as a micro streamer. John the Brazen says Poland has surpassed the UK. Polish people used to come here for higher wages, but look at them now. I mean, Poland, I hate to be mean, but Poland did the one thing right that the UK has decided not to for some reason. Poland, at least for now, especially for now that it doesn't have a far-right government, has managed to stay in the European Union. And I think that's its big plus, you know. Poland has managed not to do the bizarre, and I will say that the slogan of Polexit has been a thing in Poland, but thank God Poland has not decided to do what the UK did. For the longest time, I thought that, actually, and ironically, I thought for the longest time that the UK would quietly retreat from Brexit, that they would not actually go through with it, that they would that the UK would quietly reverse Brexit and actually not do it. But you know, it happened, and now we are where we are internationally. But I actually thought that the UK would realize, okay, this is silly, we're not doing it.
YouTube still has like,
this is a bad idea.
Like if I use up the API or whatever, then it'll reset at midnight. So like maybe around like 10 p.m. or something, it won't work, and then after midnight it will, or whatever. There's still some quirks with YouTube. But yeah, if you have other accounts, like if you have like a Twitch, a YouTube, a
It's
Kick,
supposed
or
to
a
be
Streamplace or whatever,
reacting.
if you link all of them, like I have, then it'll show up on every single one of these platforms all at the same time.
It's supposed to be reacting
now-
to stuff now, and I'm hearing this nonsense. Wait, hold on. There's Can I skip this? Can I please skip some of this nonsense?
Phone, there's a little option. Some people don't know about this kind of
Oh
thing.
my god, really? I don't
If you
need
hit
the
the little
technical.
buttons, the like 3 dots or whatever, there's like install as app or add to homepage or whatever.
No.
And it'll literally install it
People are really
like it's an
polarized,
app.
even that
Like without the like
even the left
browser
gets
thing at the
annoyed
top or
at people
whatever.
who
It
try
functions
to
just like an app would.
link all problems to Brexit now. I mean, I'm not linking all the problems of England to Brexit, but
It's really easy, but I'm a
I would say that it's a pretty big factor to England
of making an account
not being
just like feels stressful.
optimal. You know?
But it's like way easier. It's way
I would say that Brexit was a pretty bad move.
And yeah, if you but if you do, make sure you link your accounts.
Okay, can we
Make
get
sure that
on?
you link your accounts, and then you hit this
Oh god.
hit this button over here which chooses what platform you're going to send it to.
Uh-huh.
You set it to this one, it'll send it to all platforms at once.
Uh-huh.
I should try it as an app. Does it stay on when you turn off your phone display? Browser doesn't. I think it more so depends.
I guess
on,
I can recommend my
like, it's
viewers to
running
do
through the
this
browser,
so
so it
that they
depends
can
more on
send
the
it
settings
to
on your phone.
everywhere or something.
There's some things like being able to have the background player that
Oh,
is going to come about
interesting.
when I make a when I add it to the Google Play Store. But if it's just like playing in the background, it depends on the settings on your phone.
I mean, the pound is still worth much more than the Polish zloty. Britain still has more powerful currency, which is why I will always encourage you to donate or subscribe, because your £1 is worth a lot of zlotys for me.
Sorry, I was talking about the pop-out chat. I get the pop-out player. I can't do a picture-in-picture, the pop-out player thing, until it says an app, which will be soonish. But as far as like running in the background, that has to do with the settings that you have on your phone. So I would check the battery.
Okay, can you
settings,
get on with it? Jesus Christ!
What do you call it? The power saving thing. But what if no Play Store? Then I'll have it on F-Droid. I'll have it on F-Droid as well. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It'll probably be on F-Droid before
Are
it's
we
on
done?
the Play Store.
Are we done? Are we done with this bit? Okay, there you go. Jesus Christ.
Content can like mediate these things.
Oh my God.
You see what I'm saying? So like I get what you're saying. Like it's totally
That was such a pivot. That was such a completely just
like there's so much that's wrong with like the online content community. I have no idea like what to do about it.
Memes aside, this is the best streaming chat experience I've come across. You should consider becoming the new Whiteleaf. No, I don't want
Oh my God. Come on. Come on.
to be responsible for other people's shit. I'd rather just give people the website. I don't want it, because the problem that I have with Whiteleaf, the whole reason why we wanted to start making a website in the first place was because Whiteleaf, like if they don't want you on their platform, they can get rid of you. I don't like that.
I mean, that's true for YouTube and Twitch as well.
But also, if somebody does, I don't know, does something sketchy or whatever on their side, I don't want that on my server. I don't want to be like legally responsible for that, especially.
You're not, though. What?
Because, what I'm offering is like an encrypted platform. I'm offering a platform with like encrypted DMs and shit that is completely, that can be completely anonymous.
Oh my God, stop advertising. Stop. Just delegate a segment to it. Don't do this mixed thing when I'm here to watch you watch a thing and then you do this thing and then it's like, come on. What are you doing? Pick a lane. Jesus Christ, pick a lane. Kidnap King, he still has noticed anything while being in the DSA. Still didn't notice anything while being in the DSA. Good. It'll come as a surprise. Wait, Kidnotkin is in the DSA? Well, now I'm really wondering. Now I'm really curious about his React content to Dylan Burns as a member of the DSA. Now I'm curious. Now I really want him to get on with it and skip the.
Don't be a dork about it, but
okay, stop. Enough.
Something that is way more anonymous than you're going to be getting on any other platform.
Oh God.
And
okay.
Like, I don't want to be responsible for other people's shit. What I would rather do is I would rather just like give the website code to people and then like offer to help set it up. If they need help setting it up, then I can help them set it up. But just giving it away, so that other streamers can have.
London is rich because they have financial services, but everywhere else is poor.
Without having to,
more geographic
have some
inequality
sort of
than countries which
association
have
with some
had civil
group or
wars.
whatever.
Damn. It sounds not
Vosh's
great.
chat is public record. What do you mean by that?
Oh my God! Stop. Enough.
Fair enough. Open source is a good route to go. Yeah. My AI created profile is pretty cool. Destiny.gg is given out to somebody who's running Vosh.gg. It's actually what's running Dylan's website too, Dylan Burns TV or .tv or something like that.
Because he's on White
It's the same thing that's running there. My problem with those websites is that it doesn't integrate the other chats, like other chats. It's very, very bad for the algorithm and growing your stream, and also for the there's a bunch of negative incentives, barriers to entry or whatever. So the design that I had for this website is sort of like a open borders policy. It's like the philosophy of the website, where like whatever doesn't the community should include you, regardless. Like you shouldn't feel like you're kept from the community on any level.
Okay.
Right? So if you say a message anywhere, I'm gonna see it. Other people are gonna see it. You're gonna be part of the community no matter what, right?
Okay.
For example, logs of Verminhands. Oh, they just have the. No, I don't do shit like this. No, I wouldn't do shit like this. Like I can do this. I can look at this stuff. But not through the not through the website. I wouldn't do some shit like this. I wonder if Shark 300 could lock down that library access. Shark Zero is in Whiteleaf. Yeah, there's a ton of people in Whiteleaf.
Lucy is in there. Oh, I wonder if my thing is going to show.
Cooperative independence. With overseers. Where's the... Wow, there is no about us. Okay.
Conyer, Avi, Chido. The best games podcast. Period. Like Hunter. Alexander. Dad, Derek, Hunter.
This is not up to date, is it?
I think there's... Oh, there you go.
I want to run these guys out of business, dude. I want to run these guys out of business, dude.
Okay.
Make your own emotes. Damn. Oh, my dog. 1 sec.
Oh.
Give me 2 seconds.
So much meandering.
On a black hole shining its own, like, fuck this. 2 in the morning. Dude.
What the hell is going on?
Schlangbristle, that's objectively correct, dude. I'm round, I'm central, everything revolves around
I wanna
me.
hear his
So
DSA
much,
takes
like,
on
why
Ukraine.
Chad shut up about me, why Jordy keeps me around.
Come
I'm literally
on.
the gravitational center of this whole operation. You figured it out.
He's ADHD something.
Oh fuck.
What the fuck is happening? I don't know. I'm trying. I was like, oh, he's watching Dylan Burns. Maybe he'll give his DSA takes on Ukraine or something. But no, I'm just. What the fuck is happening? He's like, oh my dog, oh my platform, oh my this, that, or the other, and I'm like, that's what I'm not. What the fuck? Like, stick to one thing. Stick to a topic. Come on. Like.
Dude, Kaizen,
President Sunday does the same thing. He just starts meandering about completely different stuff. And the worst part is that then he turns it into a segment and his editor does not edit any of the meandering out. So it's just a mess.
That's the real power move. I've been accidentally running aside.
He was supposed to be back in 2 seconds. Something about his dog. It's just, and now he's just gone. Now he's just gone. Thanks.
Dark Art Designs, fist bump
Oh,
right back.
God.
Chat, we got fist bumps. We're good. This is what I'm
Thanks.
here for at 2 in the morning, just hanging with people.
Thanks,
who get
Kid
it.
Nutkin. But yes.
Dude, Kate, that's exactly the bit. That's the whole vibe. You take the hoodie off and it's just round, featureless pink sphere with eyes staring back at you like some kind of flesh marble, which is why the hoodie stays on. Because if chat saw that they'd lose it, they'd start a whole religion around it or some shit. All hail the eyeball orb. That's the cult now. So
People
yeah,
like
I'm
this
doing
bot,
heavy
but
lifting
it's
for
just
my entire
annoying.
brand.
Not
Appreciate
gonna
you
lie.
pointing that out at 2 in the morning.
The bot is just annoying.
Dude, yeah, I'm a pink frog, like a little Pepe, you know? Pink frog guy in a gray hoodie. That's the whole setup. The hoodie's doing a lot of work here because underneath it's just round, all sphere. But yeah, Hedy Lamar-a-Lago, pink frog, been rocking this look since day one in the chat. It's the vibe, man.
Fuck me. This is unbearable.
Jordy, dude, yeah, I fuck with the hoodie on. I don't take it off, like, ever. It's not even a bit at this point. It's just, this is how I exist, you know? The
No, God, stop. This is so cringy. This is horrible.
At you like some kind of frog marble, and that's not the vibe we're going for at 2 in the morning. Plus, chat would probably start a cult about it or some shit, so we're keeping it locked down. The hoodie stays on, everything works, everybody wins. That's the deal. Hedy Lamar-a-Lago, LMAO. Okay, so you got me. 2:09 UTC is like, that's London time. give or
Enough.
take. I'm
Turn
running
this
the
thing
2 in the
off.
morning vibe because
Please.
It feels like 2 in the morning in my brain, you know? Like my internal clock's just perpetually cooked at that hour, so I've been leaning into it. But yeah,
Okay.
you're right to call that out. Where's your clock at right now?
Okay, thanks. Jesus. Okay. When we get to the
Stumbling upon emotes make it stop. I'm gonna add something to the website where you can that basically uses the 7TV API so that people can upload emotes, and that it just uploads the emotes to 7TV because that's what I use for the emotes. All the emotes on the website are 7TV. I'm just gonna have a thing where like people can upload emotes directly themselves with like mod approval or whatever, so that nobody can have like porn emotes or some shit.
Can we? Can you get back?
I
to...
emailed you a couple before stream. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't have time to get to it though. They're running ads on their shit too. They literally call it stock to stalk people. Why would you have public logs? It's so weird to me. Rewind porn emotes, like we can do actual finger bang emotes in the... No. I'm saying you can't do that. I won't let you do that.
What is he doing?
They're autocomplete? No.
What a mess. I want to hear the DSA takes. The DSA opinions. I'm here for that.
I'm trying to see where's the active like list of the streamers.
There should be. I'm pretty sure.
They use Whiteleaf. Wait, is it White Forest? Is the main website?
Yes.
But it doesn't say oh, these are like supporters or whatever.
Yes.
Maybe if I go to like
Uh-huh. He's gonna be on
Stillburns.tv? I think so.
He's gonna be here for a bit, isn't he? Fuck. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Hide messages with NSFW. Yeah, can we hide those, please? What's a NSFW message? Wait, what is this link to? Wait, this is the same. Is the same thing as this one? Yeah, NSFW is not safe for work. I'm saying like how do you constitute that? Do you like a
What are you doing?
/ NSFW and then you just like post porn or something? Check out Wix AI Slop promo for it.
What is he doing?
Why is he tagging my old account, dude? This is not my page. Whose page is this?
Pack has been annoying all the right people with scary
Wait,
sounds.
is this me?
What is happening?
Oh my god. Are you joining some event? Oh, I'm doing a debate panel tomorrow with me, Pisco, Shitterade, Wick, Soy Pill, and Dylan Burns. The last liberal.
Oh, Dylan Burns is going to be the host. I see.
Oh my god. Bro, what the what the fuck? And then you have Dylan. You have Dylan over here. What the? What time? It's at what was it? 8 Eastern? What, yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern time. So was that 5?
He doesn't even
My
look
time?
like himself here. Can we get back to the thing, please? Goodness
Why is
gracious,
Pisco?
fucking-
He made Pisco fatter, dude.
Is Pisco in the
I kind of
DSA?
dig the I kind of dig the my vibe here. Look at the way I'm holding this fucking bat though. Or this pipe. I think it's both. Walking Dead.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah, it is like that guy from The Walking Dead, yeah. I love it. This is so funny to me.
Luke wishes he looked like this.
You showing me your belly? He's showing his belly. He's asking for belly rubs. He's like, can I get a little belly rub?
What a small dog. I could not do that with Fido. Fido is huge.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Oh my god, this is just this
Hey, what's
is
up, bro?
just I came here for something different. I came here expecting different things. Okay? I wasn't prepared for this. Oh my goodness. Oh me, oh my.
Is he asking? Wanna go back outside? What do you think? Can you go potty?
Fuck's sake. Maybe that's the secret to being a streamer. Meandering as hell. Well, complete nonsense.
What's up, Puerto Rican Ashley?
Can
What's
we...
up, mommy? God, this is funny as fuck.
No, it's not. It gets tiresome after a while.
What do you say on the thing? The DSA panel debate to end all panel debates. He kicked the dog out. He was asking. He's got routines. All right, let's finish this.
Oh, you're gonna finish it now. Huh, interesting.
for. That's totally a bad. Doesn't like.
I get what you're saying about
Thanks.
it's these companies. I guess it's I'm not saying like give me the answer, Ryan. How do we get these fuckers back in line? To be like productive for the republic and allow our society to have healthy discourse. But there has to be some form of at least public acknowledgement of at least like this idea that like, oh, you work for those like garbage mainstream. People are good in the freelance media. People are good in mainstream media. People are shit podcasters, and there's good podcasters. And at this point, the rot is so multi-institutional, and the incentives are so pernicious when it comes to the attention economy that it is a mold that is spread throughout the foundation of the entire apartment, like all the walls. It's everywhere.
As advertising algorithms.
And so I don't want this.
As advertising.
Rhombus datum coefficient translate delegate interpolate.
Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, dude.
I mean, that is true. Those are the incentive, the monetary incentives. Primarily.
We hit the gold bar, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you for that shit. God damn. Have we hit the gold bar before? I don't know if we've hit the gold bar.
Oh my god. Fuck me. Cannot believe this.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Cannot stay on a single thing for 5 seconds.
We have ascended. We have ascended.
It's never gonna finish
The
this thing.
idea of just like every time like a mainstream media outlet has bad.
Look at that, dude. It's so pretty. What the fuck? Look at that. It's fucking shimmering, bro.
Numbers, or you'll see like a show gets knocked off the air and everyone's like woo hoo. It's like, okay, great, now they're all gonna do podcasts with less filters, with less staff looking over their reporting. They're gonna have less on the ground reporters doing on the ground segments. I mean, mainstream media do very little on the ground reporting comparative to what they used to, when they used to always have local correspondents that would go out. They still do it to some extent, but not like they used to, whether that has to do with liability concerns, the fact they can just get footage off of cell phones now. I feel like this is like an avenue, and I mean, I'm showing my biases here, where people can jump in. The independent space can fill the gap that the mainstream media has kind of left. And there's a few examples of this happening, but there's not enough. And I'm starting to get of the opinion that we need to start asking more of content creators, not only when it comes to their accuracy, but when it comes to effort. I feel like there's a laziness.
I totally agree. I totally agree. So I want to be clear. I totally agree that there's a lot of problems, and to the extent that we can, as content creators, we should call out other content creators whenever they're, behaving bad.
The thing that I don't like about this is that it's like, how many people are we talking about here? Right, because if we're talking about like specifically the political streaming space, space capital S, like we're talking about maybe like 12 people. And so when we use words like we and people and content creators and stuff like that, like we're really talking like what, like 12 people, like 20 people tops.
Okay.
It's like at that point you might as well just start calling people out. You know what I mean? Like, you might as well just be like, this piece of shit is saying all sorts of shit, doesn't cite his sources at all. He thinks he can get away with it.
Yeah, but that misses the point of what he's saying. Like that just becomes drama at that point. That's not the point of what he is saying.
Point, right? And the moment that you start getting more general than this, just like more generally, just like, anybody making any sort of political content on the internet that isn't like, fully supported through sponsors and I guess a whole back end structure. At that point, once you start talking about that, you're just talking about the advertising algorithms in general. Really.
I mean, yeah.
Like I'm so black pilled on this entire thing. Like I don't think that it even makes sense to talk about like how people ought to act in a space that's organized through advertising algorithms to sell ads or sell data to advertisers. It's like it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like
You're gonna elaborate? You're gonna explain why?
the most popular people in this space definitely respond well to call it. Well, the thing is that the most popular people in this space are people that are benefiting specifically from the algorithms, the advertising algorithms and stuff like that.
I mean, yeah.
Where it's like being in the space means it's almost like synonymous with being a part of a algorithmic structure that shifts views and attention towards this like kingmaker system.
Yeah,
Right?
okay.
That's just how it works. That's just like the I guess the laws of physics of the
Doesn't make
thing,
a lot of
you know?
sense. Interesting. I mean, I'm
And
waiting
so you're
for
gonna
him
have
to
tons
elaborate.
of you know, social consequences of that type of system.
I mean, there are incentives, yeah, mostly financial incentives
Not
that
to say
make
that like the
people.
conversation is entirely meaningless. I'm just saying that like it seems like without talking about those aspects, it seems like we're just kind of like shaking our fist at the sky. You know what I mean? Like,
I
it's
mean,
like
yeah, but you're
how
not gonna change those
it's like you might
incentives
as well be
anytime
talking about how
soon.
people ought to be engaging with things on Twitter. You know, it's like it doesn't matter how you engage with things on Twitter. It doesn't. It's not.
Yeah, but he's not really just talking about
There's too
how
many
to engage with the social
moving
platform
parts. There's
itself.
too many.
He's talking about integrity in journalism. Like it's a broader
You don't
topic. He's
get.
not
You
talking
can't
about
just
just social platforms.
reconstruct the
He's also talking
entire,
about
you know,
traditional
attention
media.
economy.
So he's talking about journalism. He's not talking about social media. He's talking
You know what
about
I mean? So like,
the ethics in journalism, how to
what we
conduct
should be doing
journalism, how to
is
do more
moving
on the
towards a system
ground
where we
stuff.
can
He's
get
he's
away from
talking
advertising.
about he's not just talking about
Right, but
content creation on social
that's some
media.
commie speak. So
So that's just he's not really getting the point. I feel like
I
kid
think
not
it's
kids not
shaking your
getting the
fist at the
point.
sky pretty much regardless of what you say, just different kinds of shaking. Well, the thing is that if you're shaking your fist at the sky, you're shaking at something that like isn't there. Like you're blaming things that can't really be at fault, if that makes sense. For the problem that you're describing, is sort of what I'm getting at, where it's like if I say that that the structure of this attention economy is one that is designed specifically around
Economic incentives.
advertising and sale of commodity sales and you know a process of production, that's just true. But if I say that the problem is with content creators like acting in a particular way, it's sort of missing the mark. It's missing the context. It feels better because there's somebody to blame. It's more cathartic, but it's not necessarily more correct.
Just whenever we're talking about like how do we like make them behave better, that's a question I don't have an answer.
Like imagine that they're having this conversation about global production and climate change.
What?
And they're talking about how do we get the CEOs to run these operations in a way that is maybe not necessarily in benefit of their bottom line, but is more in accordance with the sustainability of the ecosystem.
I mean,
It's like, well, you kind of have to deal with the structure of this thing. You kind of have to deal with the fact that you can't just say that CEOs ought to undermine their own bottom line. You could say that, but it's not how it works.
I mean, I'm not really sure if that's actually comparable.
For me, I take that phrase as meaning like impotent anger. Well, it's a phrase that I like to use in relation to like there was this
But you regulate the big companies.
this thing that Zizek said once about how atheists are oftentimes better Christians because they are trying to be good despite God. They are trying to be good in the eyes of God despite God, is that they shake their fist at the sky.
Oh
You know,
boy.
to be good regardless of the negative consequences of sin or whatever, right? And that in that way they're sort of performing themselves to be more you know, good within the Christian morality than Christians themselves, right? So he would say that atheists are often the, you know, better Christians. But then you when you have these people that you know, they're atheists and they shake their fist at the sky while also like you know, performing the exact same you know, ethical boundaries, you have this sort of like this you could say like this impotent anger, resentment.
Other content creators, whenever they're, you know, behaving bad,
It's like they might shake their fist at the sky or whatever the fuck, but they're still within the same, they're still operating within the same paradigm, right?
Plus, you're not exactly completely helpless to give in to the incentives. Maybe I'm not the best example because I'm really, really, really small. Maybe it's because I don't kind of, I don't know, I don't take advantage of certain things. I don't cater my content in certain direction. Like, for example, Child Logic used to be really, really small, and then he pivoted to a more clickbaity, horrible kind of content that I guess feeds into what the algorithm wants, and now he's pretty successful. But sometimes I feel like you have to not give in to that temptation. Like sure, there are certain incentives, there are structures in place that make it not really the most profitable course of action, but you also have to not completely relinquish any sort of agency over what you're doing.
just whenever we're talking about like how do we like make them behave better, that's a question I don't have an answer to. And I feel like that's the part where I don't know, I feel like I sound too doomerish about the prospects for people becoming better, but that's the part that I don't really have an answer to. Like, because there's nothing.
Or sorry, another a better example is I always make this like half joke that the most profound philosophical statement is it is what it is.
I
You
hate
can't
this.
argue against it. It is what it is.
I
And
hate
moment
the
that
what
you
is
say something like you
go.
know,
I hate what it is what it is.
I
It's
can't
so
believe that this is like this
defeatist.
or whatever. It's like, well, you should, because it is what it is.
Yeah, but just because
You know,
something is
and so
doesn't
like
mean
shaking
that
your
it
fist at the
should
sky
be.
is tantamount to doing that. Is tantamount to looking for something to blame, but the only thing to blame is yourself for thinking that you could blame at all in the first place.
No, it's just I'm sorry.
That's
That's
the
just
part where
that's just stupid. If we all just adopted the it is what it is as like, oh yeah, I shouldn't blame things for being as they are, then we wouldn't really have any change at all. Right? If like imagine if we lived in a monarchy and oh, people have nothing to eat. Oh, the nobility is exploiting others and France is starving. Yeah, well, you know what? It is what it is. Like, come on. You know? If we really adopted it is, if Poland adopted the it is what it is during, as when it was in the Soviet sphere, then solidarity would not have gotten off the ground. if everybody just said it is what it is, don't complain that things are as they are. It's just it is what it is. Like I hate this attitude of it is what it is. That's the stupidest thing. The most passive, it is what it is, there's nothing I can do, I might as well just go with the flow kind of nonsense.
I don't know. I feel like I sound too doomerish about the prospects for people becoming better, but that's the part that I don't really have an answer to. Like, because there's nothing that we can really do to force them to change, right? Without, I mean, we could try and, you know, I guess lobby YouTube or Twitch to have, you know, better standards for political commentary, but you know, other than making,
I mean, one of the most basic things you can do as a political commentator is not to kowtow to those incentives, as difficult as it sometimes is, and it depends on what you're in it for, right? It's like if you're actually even in the slightest passionate about commenting on things or doing journalistic work or about any particular subjects that you talk about, then there is a chance that you will not be a complete slave to the algorithm, because part of it will not be for the financial incentive, but it will be for the thing that you're passionate about in of itself. So I guess the easiest thing that you can do is to see what kind of standard you operate on when it comes to delivering commentary, to delivering your opinions, to contributing to the discourse.
Those are call out streams, but I worry that I worry about some of that stuff. Like, it has to be done in a way that doesn't just feed into the slot matrix of it all, like the drama matrix of it all.
It's a complicated thing because I will see slop, right? Like I think, like Annika.
See, and that's exactly that is exactly why just saying, oh, this content creator is a piece of shit because he does that kind of starts leaking into this slop kind of thing.
Barian might says something about Ukraine that's, I think, ignorant or wrong.
Yeah.
Or like this idea that, oh, the refineries were bombed by Ukraine. Thanks for helping with the oil prices. The oil refineries.
Yeah, it's God, I've seen that. Anna Kasparian saying that, oh no, we're having problem with oil and Ukraine is just contributing to that. Thanks, Ukraine. Thanks for being so great, such great friends.
That means it's not oil wells. They can still ship the oil out. It just means the Russians will make less money. This is only concerned if you want Russian oil companies to make more money. I'll get angry at that.
Yeah.
But then I'll quote tweet it.
Hours.
A second, I
what
got
do you get?
donation for $5.
Another day older and deeper in shit. Mama,
I don't know what any
don't
of the things you said were, but thank you for $5. I appreciate it. I appreciate my donors. Give me another $5. I will ignore it as well. But I think I lost my train of thought. Where was I?
That's your fault.
Oh no. Well, just
I mean, the only advice I can give is for you to, when you go to the window, when you have interviews, you should have your thing muted. Should make a separate scene for that. Right?
You know, you're talking about quote tweeting Anna Kasparian.
Oh yeah. I quote tweet, I say something and I'm like, this is ignorant. These companies have mercenary outfits. And I look at it afterwards and I'm like, is this helping? Does it help that I have boosted now her post and now she has an attention economy incentive? Like, I feel like we've gotten to the point where people know that this take is going to get a lot of negative attention. They know that they might even have personal moral quandaries about it on some level in the corners of their minds. But at the end of the day, like, her yapping about Ukraine incorrectly is getting a lot more attention than any of the things that I would say came from the more genuine kind of foundation of what she's been known for in reporting and talking. Like, it's just too much of an incentive. And so it really feels like as long as these incentives exist, there has to either be a way to kill that incentive which would be structural from the organization, like you said,
Yeah.
or like we've said, call out some negative consequence that isn't just necessarily feeding into it. Like,
I feel like if we're talking about Twitter, we talked about Twitter a lot back in the day, trying to like reconcile this problem. It's like, what do you do about something like Twitter? And the only answer that I could really come to that was that meant anything at all is poisoning it. Like, I guess I think what people should do is that they should invest in a ton of bots and put out a ton of like disgusting AI slop. I think that's
Isn't that what Twitter currently is? Wait, that's X. That's Elon Musk's X. A lot of disgusting AI slop. That's just. Well, you already have that. That's done.
it's just it's the fact that there is trust in the representation of the social space as being a social space, because we're talking about these things as like people said this and then people did this and then people did this and then people did this, but it's not that. You have to destroy the trust in the platform to represent people as such. I feel like you have to just accelerate the what is behind it. I feel like you have to accelerate the this feeling of distrust in the platform. I feel like there's, when it comes to advertising, and it comes to advertising particular products or whatever, I think making a, when you see Zuckerberg getting questioned for internet privacy and stuff like that, or you see these.
Oh boy, this is just. Vladimir says Dan Clancy is a piece of shit. My question is, how will I legislate that? Same goes for Elon. Yeah, there's no way to legislate Elon.
Lawsuits that
I mean, there is, but nobody's willing to do that. Least of all his friend Donald Trump.
Talking
and
about
if they had I don't know, couple spats.
Exploitation of people's data for advertising, like those things need to happen more. It should be collecting user information to sell to advertisers should be that should make you a pariah. And things like privacy oriented alternatives and decentralized alternatives should be given more value so that people want to opt towards a whether it be like the @proto type stuff with Blue Sky, or whether it be things that create more of a distance between these systems. And then when it's within these systems like Twitter or X or whatever, I feel like they should just be like undermined entirely just through accelerating the slot. I think, the thing is, if people act, let's imagine a scenario where people are acting more genuine and more reasonable on Twitter, and then Twitter just becomes more trustworthy. Then you just have a acceleration of the things that's ended up producing what it is today, right? So you need the opposite, I think. I think you need to treat it like it. This is why I want to make Botkin have his own Twitter account, just to fucking fling shit randomly, and just not take any of it seriously at all. I think that there should be like an increase in the distrust for platforms like that. And I don't know, dude. Like I feel like AI shit. I think one of the things is that it's accelerating the dead internet theory, and I think that that's probably a good thing. I think you should break it. Is there really a slot breaking point? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think
Lot
it
breaking
becomes
point.
taboo. Look at like the way that people. I think an early sign of this is the way that people.
Farimir says, yeah, it's all interpersonal relationships, and at this point, it feels like it's not democracy. Yeah, I mean, the United States is definitely heading in that direction.
Especially like particularly on the left or whatever, there's a pretty big taboo with AI stuff. Even in places where there shouldn't be. But I think that the taboo and the distrust associated with it, particularly because it's not necessarily reasoned, I think that that's a good sign, because I think the more that you have the proliferation of that sort of thing, like yes, there are still going to be people that like it basically end up getting brainwashed by it or whatever. But if Twitter is more and more so known as the place where mentally ill people go to get brainwashed by AI and shit like that, it's
Christ.
dark, disgusting timeline. Yeah, terrible things are going to be birthed from it for sure. Monsters will crawl out of the Twitter space like we have today, but worse. But it needs to not be taken as you can't sell it. It's not profitable, really. Like you have to have trust, and you have to know that the information that you're getting from people is real information, and that the advertising and stuff that you're putting out there is having an effect in a real way, and it's generating returns on the products that you're trying to sell. And if you can't do that, then you don't make money, and then you collapse, and you're not able to keep up the overhead. So the trust is the thing that needs to fall apart there. You can't just keep pumping ads into a place until it just becomes profitable. It has to actually have a return. So maybe AI and dead internet theory, maybe that's a good thing.
Jesus. All right.
When it comes to social media and stuff like that, maybe it's maybe there's too much trust in social media to be a thing that it's not, and that paradigm needs to fall apart and collapse.
Okay, that's just a lot of vague nothing.
Because if it doesn't, then you have, I guess, what we have today. Well, I think a lot of the politics that we have today is of that kind of issue. That the DSA stuff is like a perfect example of this. Like the amount of attention that is being brought to DSA stuff, the news media,
I mean, my biggest problem with the DSA is that it has horrid policy regarding Ukraine. Just abhorrent public statements regarding Ukraine, horrid just internal policy regarding Ukraine, official statements, anything, but just horrible.
The way that people are talking about the meaning of it and who is DSA or whatever, all of this is being filtered through layers of a social system that are not really a social system. Like it wouldn't be accurate to call it a social system. It would be accurate to call it an industry. It would be accurate to call it a process of production. Albeit, many ways, I guess, like schizophrenic, but nevertheless, there's a bottom line to all of it. And so a lot of the political dysfunction that we have is sort of like directly
due to financial incentives, yes.
To it. That's why Russian intelligence is so dangerous, is because of that. That's why a lot of the
I mean, I hate to say it, but the DSA is feeding into that. The DSA with its whole Ukraine thing is feeding into that.
Like psychological operations that are done from various countries and various regions are all tied to that system. You know, it's because people take the social systems that are represented through Twitter
Hello,
and
Emily.
social media.
The DSA is really helpful to Russia, I will say.
Get at face value. They see something goes viral, and then their brain says, "Oh, lots of people are into this. Lots of people are saying this, like organically or something." But it's not organic at all. And because of that, like that fractured conception of the social space, like you can, you know, it leaves people open to a lot of manipulation.
I mean, what is
And
organic?
I think that's what we're seeing. So I think the only way to get out of it is to either, like politically, is to actually fight for privacy and security and stuff like that on the internet, like actual like privacy laws and stuff like that that undermine the incentives of the algorithms to the point where you can't really make money by just selling people's data to advertisers. But also just dismantling the structure that advertisers have to being able to do this in a way where the modern conception of what makes a social media platform sustainable at all is just completely dismantled. That or just, you know, overloading it with things that make you distrust it completely from the individual space. You know, that's my doomer take on it.
Right. Where are you? Where the fuck are you? Dude. I'm gonna go to the toilet now and just what the hell is going on here? The hell is going on? What is going on? I'll be right back. I've returned to you, my lovely viewers, to watch Kid Nutkin be AFK or something. I should play some Star Ocean. Emily is here. You know? You know what I mean?
If there's some call outs that could be credibility killers, right? If somebody goes gets caught by Chris Hansen, right? That's a credibility killer. And you're not you're not going to be able to just come up on the next stream and say, "Hey, you know what? That was a crazy night. Okay, let's get into this stream."
It was a
But I mean,
crazy
even
night.
that to some extent, I mean, you know, people try to make comebacks and do that. So it has to. I guess there has to be either
That's
a
true.
credibility killer or institutional response.
I mean, credibility killer. I don't know, considering how many streamers were just like credibility. Well, what is even considered a credibility killer in the streaming space, right? It's like people can do some pretty horrible crap and they're like, just come back to stream and have thousands of views. Like nothing happened, right? You can show short stacks and I don't know. What are some of the most heinous examples? Just I don't know. It just feels like credibility is difficult. It's just it depends on your size, right? And the severity. But like once you reach a certain critical mass of size on as a content creator, it's starting to feel like you're too big to fail, even if you're hit with some credibility killer, quote unquote.
I agree with what you're saying here, and certainly.
To be honest, I think if advertising stopped being effective, it would carry on for quite a while in like a business superstition way. I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what that means either.
I feel like I could know what you mean, but I don't.
Certainly there's definitely things that could come out about like commentators or things that they could say that would be over the line. But what you're pointing out is I think just a much, I mean, that's just a much more clear version of what I was trying to say, which is like, you know, you have like we know at some level that courting the controversy is part of the business model. Right. So someone making like a stupid, like an aggressively stupid take, not just like a bad take, but like an aggressively stupid take that they know that we all know is intended to drive controversy. Like
Chud Logic saying that travelers are subhuman or not human.
It puts me in a weird position.
Libs of TikTok.
Where it's like, do I respond to it and say like, you know, this is wrong for X, Y, and Z reason, and then like contribute to like what the goal of the post was, which was to get attention? Or do I like say nothing and then just let the kind of crap continue to flow? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that one.
It's only going to get reinforced too with like AI. Like for me, I'm really worried about the future of the information space when it comes to how artificial intelligence is going to affect how people perceive conflict. There's already a bunch of people convinced by...
Oh, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. I guess one way of tackling these things is to maybe talk about these concepts in the abstract, right? And not necessarily tackle the person that's saying the horrible take. Like if somebody calls, let's say, that travelers are not human, like when someone says that, you can always, instead of talking about this individual in particular, you can engage in content, you can engage in talking about travelers in a factual light and try to, but that won't be as spread in the algorithm. So
by 20-year-old videos from totally different war zones that this is war footage from here. People are convinced by Arma footage, including popular streamers. So if you have like drone footage, which most
there were like from different places. I think that was about. I think footage from Syria was put as footage from some places else.
Most people don't know how to break down. Most people are not going to have like a perspective for size that high up. They're not going to know what would be traditional for how high up, how many pixels somebody's body should be in comparison to a tree or a bush or some shrub or whatever the fuck. And so there are AI videos I've seen where the Russians release videos that make it look like they're behind Ukrainian positions from above the drones in order to cause like fear and confusion among the rank and file who might see those videos, and they'll share them on anonymous accounts, hoping that eventually they'll bleed into the information space and then cause some panic and something that could be militarily beneficial. Now, you change that from the physical battlefield to an information space, and then you could have videos that make it look like a huge army is taking over a tree line, and then like Russia's like an endless stream of soldiers, or make it look like a defeat was much more devastating than it necessarily was. I imagine like when we had, you know, the Tet Offensive getting covered, and we had our reporters, you know, going on the ground showing how bloody it was. If you could add AI to that situation, how much more devastating could
The
you
what offensive?
make it? It was had our when we had, you know, the Tet Offensive getting covered,
Okay, he said Tet.
and we had our reporters, you know,
That is like the name of the Vietnamese New Year.
going on the ground showing how bloody it was. If you could add AI to that situation, how much more devastating could you make it look to the American public who aren't getting their news now from Walter Cronkite? They're getting it from the, you know, Based Pickup podcast.
No, I mean you're totally right. No, I mean I think that this is a real challenge. I wish I had good solutions. I think that whenever I don't know. I mean, I think it's important to call people out whenever they're wrong, because I guess what else can you do? You know, there's really nothing else that we can do as individual people. But I think there has to be you have to be able to do that without falling into what we were talking about at the beginning, which is sort of the circular, like, human centipede of content, where it's like all we talk about is the controversy, which is a controversy about another controversy about another controversy. And then, like, you're not actually talking about the thing anymore. You're talking about, like, sometimes I'll click onto someone's...
Yeah, that's why it's a bad idea, instead of talking about the problem, to name names and say this person says shit. That's why it's a bad idea.
Stream, and we're like 4 react videos deep, right? Like someone's reacting to a reaction of a reaction of a reaction.
Yeah, well, think about it like this, right? Like the
Like me here, I react to his reaction to their discussion, but I'm checking the landscape of streaming this way, so I'm excused.
Coca-Cola.
It's like watching 2 streamers at once. I don't have to watch them individually. I can just get his opinion on a thing and their opinions on things at the same time.
There was this thing that Coca-Cola did where they had a this machine that would go and pick up you know, trash from like this lake or whatever, right?
The best Coca-Cola thing was Final Fantasy IX Coca-Cola commercial.
And it was this thing to sort of that ended up presenting Coca-Cola as being, you know, environmentally conscious, which increased sales for Coca-Cola, which increased the trash, and that it ended up just completely nullifying the entire thing. And so it ended up just being an image of Coca-Cola being environmentally friendly and increasing sales, while actually just, you know, all the same increasing the amount of plastic waste. And it was able to do that because there was a this as well, this like individualistic, you know, footprint. This where people were trying to be environmentally aware of themselves on an individual level, of whether or not you are somebody who recycles, whether or not you are somebody who picks up after yourself, whether or not you are somebody who separates your, the plastic from the glass, from the trash, etc. Whether you dispose of batteries correctly or whatever. And there was this identity that was attached to it, but then there was not just the identity attached to it. There was the green capitalism, the green consumer capitalism, that was that shaped an industry around it, in such a way to just basically develop it as an individual identity and not as anything that is meaningfully coherent on like a societal or ecologic scale. And that it just reshapes the process of production and consumption around a sort of this individualistic ought of how people ought to behave as consumers in a society. It doesn't matter. The thing is that you're only ever going to get so far by trying to shape the individual oughts. When you have a system that is this large with this many moving parts that has, at the end of the day, a bottom line, at some point you
So it all always boils down to the financial incentives, in other words.
have to be able to zoom out and say, okay, this is the game is rigged, and if we don't start zooming out a little bit and talking about this on a more structural, more, I guess, meta level, then every answer is only going to be met with a recontextualization and you just reshaping
Meta
the exact
level.
same problem over itself, which
Oh.
sucks because then you have to
The meta level.
talk about solutions to problems that you yourself as an individual cannot just solve, right? That it actually takes a much wider scope, more collective action, and then you start sounding like a communist. So that gets you in trouble sometimes too.
Oh. Damn.
Have a good night, Adila. I mean, that machine from the ocean cleanup that they used for Mr. Beast and Mark Robber, I think so. Yeah, it's like the it's the same sort of, it's like the other side of the individualistic thing where it's like, there's how should the individual consumers behave, but then there's also like how ought the CEOs and these companies and these corporations, how should they behave, right? And it's like one or the other. And it doesn't really matter because the other side of this will always reshape it for the other, where like you have this this philanthropic model of ethics, and then you have this like consumer ethics, and then the philanthropic model basically just
Yeah.
determines who is more ethical, like for the consumer, and then at the end of the day, the most ethical one is
It's
the one
all
that
about the
increases their bottom
financial
line, and then,
incentives at the end of
they
the
just
day.
sort of reshape the the way in which they, I guess, market.
All right, let's
You
go.
know, the consumer, you're just you're just flipping it from the other side. Like there has to be something that is more aware of the structural relationship between the consumer and the process of production. Like you have to be able to talk about.
I guess that is a good point. I guess that the like in here smuggle was a pretty good point, that the receivers of information, when it comes to journalists, you're not just a receiver of information. You're not just a consumer of news. You're a consumer in the sense you are a customer. You're a customer that actually gets a service, not just a consumer of news. You don't just get informed, you are receiving a product in the form of commentary, in the form of news. A product for which you pay, in a way, and
The structure of
sometimes
the market
literally.
economy itself. You have to be able to talk about advertising. You have to be able to talk about, you know, the feasibility of this kind of system. Because if it's the one thing that you can't talk about, then
That's why streamers.
you're going to be in this
That's
situation.
that
where
is
it's
that
like,
is
oh, why can't we
exactly
do it?
why that is exactly why content creators, streamers have to be entertainers at the same time, because they're not just informing people. They're providing a service to people. They're giving a product. The product is the entertainment.
Can't do anything about this. What is the? Yeah, of course not. Because you can't talk
entertainment
about
value.
the underlying actual incentive structure. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you know, eco-friendly you want to be. You know, there has to be a compound rate of growth, and the GDP has to increase.
Oh, Greyun
You
wanna
have to
be.
produce more.
I know Greyun wanna be.
That's the
Sometimes they're
bottom line.
here in the chat.
And it's like, what are we doing at this point? Like, seriously, like, what? Nothing of value is being created at this point, I don't think.
Because, like, think about it. When if I make entertaining content on YouTube, let's say that instead of pushing people to my own website and, you know, trying to rely on the community donations and stuff like that.
I mean, the main problem is that I feel like that's part of the problem. That you cannot just be an informer, that you cannot just be a person that does the news, that delivers, that you have to be an entertainer, right? That you cannot just be a reporter, a journalist, that like you cannot just make a news show and give the facts as they are, inform people, teach people, or do whatever. You have to be also an entertainer. It has to be fun in a way that it just, that's where the incentive for sensationalism comes in, the drama, the going into the back and forths, going into the criticizing specific names, that they're pieces of shit that say or do this, because it gets the blood pumping. That's the entertainment part, and the more people do it, the more they want to make this sustainable financially, the more they lean into the entertainment part, and they move away from the actual information part, the actual discourse part, the actual value part. That makes actual sense.
Yeah. If instead I was leaning into sponsors and I was leaning into advertising and stuff like that, if I was doing that kind of a thing, then what that means is I am as productive as the advertisers are productive to sell people commodities, to sell people individual commodities. That people have to be able to see an advertisement, and then they have to purchase a product, and on a sort of meta level, there has to be an increase in people's consumption for my channel. Doesn't matter what the fuck I'm talking about. It doesn't matter if I'm talking about knitting. It doesn't matter if I'm talking about politics. It doesn't matter what I'm talking about whatsoever. The thing that has to happen is that people need to buy and consume more products. And if people are not buying and consuming more products, then that's it. My channel is done. Right? But people don't seem to realize that, which is the weird part, right? Is that people will talk about, you know, like, well, why is it that Hassan is so much money? Why is it so that, you know, any of these content creators that are getting like a, you know, more than a full-time income or whatever, like, where does it come from? Where does like when you get the ad revenue, like what is that really? Like when you are, when YouTube is recommending your video to someone else, why are they doing that? Why? What is YouTube's incentive to do that?
I wonder.
It's people purchasing products. People going on Amazon and buying a little doohickey. That's why. and then you have someone in someone working for $5 an hour in China, or someone who's working in some sweatshop or something, making these little fucking these little trinkets and shit. If that person is working and making a thing, and that thing is being shipped in some way to the consumer that is in the United States, as long as that is happening, then you are going to get views on YouTube. As long as you can facilitate the process of that happening, then you will get views on YouTube. If you cannot facilitate the process of that happening, if they don't see a way for you to facilitate that process happening, then you're not going to get views on YouTube, because that's how it works. That's how everything works. But a lot of people talk about this as when we talk about the attention economy, why do we call it the attention economy? Where is the value here? The value is, like everything else, part of that process of production, the global process of production, the global market economy.
Why the pause? Why the poignant pause?
Scroll down, it says talks about
Oh, he reads the chat.
Tax deductibility and
I
corporation.
was like, why did he freeze like that?
Oh yeah. Fundraise to clean the oceans. The power of the crowd is what got the ocean cleanup off the ground in the beginning, and it has been essential to the success of our project ever since.
He really is over the place. Jesus Christ Almighty. Just jumps from thing to thing to thing to thing.
Tax deductibility of your donation. Donors can give to 2 different charities, one in the Netherlands and one in the United States. You can also donate stocks, crypto, DAFs, and endowments. Corporate and philanthropic support. We partner with companies and philanthropists who help accelerate our mission through tailored financial or in-kind contributions. Yeah. If it wasn't his son, it'd be someone else. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Reminds me of the birth rate conversation as well. It all ties back though. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing with like the birth rate conversation. Where like at the end of the day, the main thing that props up the birth rate conversation and the reason why liberals are unable to get to an ethical feminist conclusion of while talking about the birth rate, they always have to sort of opt to a conclusion that is on some level dehumanizing for women and dehumanizing for men too, tangentially. Is treating people, they have to sort of opt to treating people as
reproductors,
cogs in a machine. If you need to have workers because you need to have a compound rate of growth and the GDP needs to increase, you have to do that, or else you will have a financial catastrophe. If you have to do that, then there is a necessary incentive to convince women to be production facilities of capital livestock. Yeah.
Capital livestock.
There's no way around it. You have to be able to, if you cannot question the market economy and the demand of ever increasing GDP, then that's it. You like the only alternative is to talk about degrowth policies or socialist policies, or both. I guess necessarily.
Okay,
but if those are off the table for you, then there's a limit to how free somebody could be, right? So like I would consider that to be what this buzzword that a lot of people keep using about illiberalism. It's very illiberal to tie yourself to the idea that the GDP must ever increase.
I like that. I like that. Sometimes I fuck with other creators, and they'll be like 3 or 4 reactions deep, and I'm like,
Yeah.
wow, man, that's really impressive. Something to show the grandkids. Like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
yeah.
What is this? I don't know.
And so
it's also,
you
but
gotta
that's
react.
a sign of a
So, like-
dry crop. That's a sign of a dry
Yes.
crop. If you have to try to rake over the same plot of land 50 fucking times, that's a sign that they need more intake. And I think that's the first solution.
Maybe you should, I don't know, fertilize the lands. You should fertilize the lands. Jesus.
The first solution is, in order to banish like shit AI and bad like stale takes that have been regurgitated, you need to bring in new information. Creators need to do things like read books. They need to go out and
Oh no, read books. No, don't read books. No. Read books.
world and speak to experts at
Or just
conferences and go to
consume
other countries
actual-
that they actually talk about.
Yeah.
Like, this is what they have to
Yeah.
do if the space is going to be of any quality and not just be
Well, they would have
The space is doomed. Nobody's gonna read books. Read books. Oh boy.
to do it.
Boyo.
If there's an incentive to do it, right? Like if you're still getting views and you're still getting money, then you're gonna do whatever gets you money, gets you views, right? Like it's actually counterintuitive to think that that the thing that they have to do is the thing that actually makes them less money, right? If you're rewarded less, if there's less financial incentive to do the thing, you're not going to do the thing, are you?
I mean, it depends. If you're actually passionate about it, then you might do it. Like the person, one of the people here did do the things they were passionate about, even though it was less financially beneficial, right? It might be counterintuitive, but life's not just about maximizing your profit. Like you have to do, like in the one life you have to do something that also is meaningful to you at the end of the day, right? You cannot go through life believing in nothing, valuing nothing, standing for nothing, and just counting the dollars, and you sort of slip through life and then just die. Right?
vocalize Twitter.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great way of putting it. Maybe what we should do, we should have the delete Twitter pledge.
I mean, does the GDP have to keep going up at the same rate if we aren't going to populate at the same rate? Well, with the structure of the economy today, yeah. But the argument from the like degrowth position would be that because the idea is that to have increasing well-being, you need to have an increasing GDP, and then the argument from the degrowth perspective is that that this is a product of conditioning and propaganda, where you can have a decrease in the GDP while having an increase in global well-being, right? Things like sustainable products, things like renewable energies, things like that might not facilitate with the transfer of value to these corporations or whatever the fuck, but they increase people's well-being, right? And so it might not be as good for the bottom line, but it would be better for people. But a lot of people assume that there's a link between the increase in GDP and an increase in human well-being, and the economy is something that has been fixed to this just structurally for some time, and because like if you are not going to be increasing your bottom line, then someone else is going to, and then that person is going to outcompete you, and you're constantly in competition with people that have the incentive to increase the surplus value, and because of that productive pressure, and competitive coercive competition, you're going to be doing this, and then people will say, okay, that this is the reason why we are able to lift people out of poverty. This is the reason why we're able to have nice things. This is the reason why everything is moving forward. And this is an illusion.
Every creator has to show proof that they've deleted Twitter and purchased the subscription
Okay, let's be careful. Now, that is my biggest platform technically, so I think.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
We're going to shut that down immediately.
Fair enough. Well, but I see what you're saying. Like, more seriously, I see what you're saying, and I agree. I think this is what I mean whenever I talk about the online space feeling a little parochial, and like I've really felt that way ever since I went to those conferences and just, talk to some real people who are involved with actual politics, involved in the real world, doing real stuff, having actual influence on things and people. It would be great, I think, if political commentators, read books, read media, other, I don't know.
Read media. Red letter media.
Read media other than Twitter. That would be great. I think that would be great for
I guess
the space.
I guess I'm good. I do read other Tweedia than I read other Tweedia than Mitter.
My crop allegory, that analogy is really good. I like that. I think I'm going to steal that.
Please steal it. My crops are dry. Might as well steal them too.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's good. I mean, it's a really evocative way of summing up a lot of the problems with the online media space, I think. And this is sort of, whenever I talk about liberalism, in my recent video, I talked about this problem in liberalism too, where it felt like things are just like very stale. There aren't a whole lot of new ideas floating around in like liberalism space. And I think that's really unhealthy for an ideology, because you end up in a situation where, you have nothing to say that's new. You're just sort of like regurgitating old stuff. You're forced into a kind of almost conservative place where all you can do is defend, the gains from generations past. You
like
can't
an
do
80s Marxist.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, or a Marxist today. still, in the most vulgar sense, still LARPing like the USSR is around.
That's not really Marxists, though.
I'm always interested in seeing, because for me, I find myself in a politically weird position where I'm pretty economically progressive. I'm pretty, supportive of unions and a larger social safety net, and more investment in public transportation, nuclear power.
Nuclear power is a mixed bag, but that's a whole different topic for another day. Public transportation in the United States, more investment into public. Is there any investment at all in the United States into public transportation? Like, I feel like it would also almost need to be built from the ground up. The public transportation infrastructure in the United States. I feel like it almost have to be built from zero.
My Green New Deal is green because it's glowing from uranium. It's like I'm on board. But I always find it very difficult to sometimes communicate in lefty circles, because I find it, I don't want to use the word naive, but that's like the place I find myself in. It's both naive and like practical world application, but also like electoral application. I'll use two examples. One example would be,
all right, let's hear the examples.
Of course, Ukraine. This idea of, like, I don't know if you've seen like DSA's position on Ukraine.
Oh God, I have too many times.
Or their position on the
I've seen people talking about it. They just, correct me if I'm wrong, but they just sort of take a kind of nothing, sort of tacitly Russia supporting position on it.
Essentially, that's essentially right. They essentially.
I mean, that's already horrible in it. That's horrible. That's just icky. Okay, that's icky. Disgusts me. Can I
They
unpause
have a
it?
position that's like, we don't want to add fuel to the fire, so just send more diplomats. Send more diplomats and
Send more
diplomacy.
diplomats, even
We'll
more.
deal with it. That's
Even more diplomats, even more.
that's a type of like every war is Burning Man. You know, I remember the DSA co-chair said we need human-to-human connections with the Russians, as if we just need to go take like an acid trip, and then they'll
Oh my
see
God!
that we're all
Do you
one.
remember? Did you watch that interview from a while ago that Lex Friedman did with Zelensky?
I did.
That reminds me of what.
Yeah, he did as well, and I was not impressed by it.
He said, he's like, do you think that the power of love
That was so fucking crazy.
could bring you and Putin together, man? Like, oh my God.
Holy shit. Vladimir says LARPing in 2026 like the USSR still exists. It's called being a Nazbro. Like, come on, people. Where's your media literacy? Quote unquote. Nice.
Can we solve this war in his podcast? That's what he wanted to do. He thought he was going to be the great diplomat of this age, and organize the end of the largest war in Europe since World War II on his podcast. It was very humble of him. But that position, it comes from a lack of like practical application. You've never been in this position to have to operate, and so you don't know how to do anything besides be in the opposition to taking action on foreign policy. And so that post of like Burning Man naivete affects them having a really bad position. Functionally, electorally, I think.
I think the problem here is that there's this
the DSA position on Ukraine so horrible that I cannot describe it.
There's a benefit of a default for anyone like liberals that have this like ostensibly like a pro-Ukraine position that don't know why they are just sort of leaning towards the default position where it's like when you have somebody.
It's not really the default position in the United States, though, is it, under the Trump administration?
On the left that's trying to be really critical of global hegemony and imperialism and the economy of weapons manufacturing and stuff like this, and then you have this sort of position where it's like, how do you solve this problem through geopolitically? How do you solve that geopolitically? You can't. And so you end up getting this sort of. That's why I think you get like the sort of like hands-off position, because anything that you do, it's like the you get this like you know how people do there's like the trolley problem thing, right? Where
the trolley problem. You just, in the name of being ideologically consistent, let's throw 30+ million people under the bus. Brilliant.
There are some people that argue that,
or far more, considering Russia's ambitions.
Not touching the lever at all means that you're not morally culpable, and they think that this is some like wise big brain idea or whatever, but it's a result of basically like overthinking a situation where like you don't want to get involved with something that would end up in this negative outcome. You kind of get something like that, where so like on the one hand you get people that are like, they've been told that the right decision is to pull the lever, and so they pull the lever, and then they say that they are that's the right position because everyone else takes that position. And then you get someone who overthinks it and then is like, well, if I don't touch the lever at all, then that's actually more moral because I'm not actually responsible for the death that would come from pulling the lever or not.
Not
And
really a trolley problem with Ukraine, though. To be quite honest
and
with you.
and really like there's a situation where it's like, well, I mean, you should pull the lever. Like the people who want to pull the lever, who might not have a good reason for why they're pulling the lever. It's good that they're pulling the lever in this instance, and then people that don't want to, they're, they think that they are.
What
part
exactly
of
is
something
the trolley problem with supporting Ukraine?
that is outside of it. But there's actually another level to this as well, is whether or not because a lot of people in DSA don't see themselves as part of a political apparatus, or they see themselves as like a political organization that has prescriptions for sort of a new
Yeah.
like it's almost like a outside like experimental politics, right?
Experimental
Where
politics,
like the
Jesus
idea
Christ.
of being committed to a particular position that necessarily views yourself as something that is inside of a political apparatus is not really something that people are going to be keen on doing when they see themselves largely as being outside of it in
Mhm.
general. So like you also have that kind of a negative incentive to make any position that would place yourself as part of a establishment position, right?
Uh-huh.
So you have these kind of things, and I don't think that it's I think that there like is nice.
Vladimir says, "What is trolley problem, guys? Russia is a trolley and Ukraine is the problem." Jesus Christ, Vladimir.
naivety involved, but I don't think it's the kind of I
Oh,
don't think
boy.
that it's like more naive than people who default into a position, if that makes sense. That being said, I'm not a fan of the campism stuff by any stretch, and I think it's that sort of position of when people confuse themselves of a trolley problem to the point of
That was funny.
basically justifying terrible positions just by the point of not being involved. Reminds me of the abolish the police position. It makes sense intellectually, but in practice, it's totally different. Everyone is pro diplomacy until you realize you've hit a brick wall. I think that's a little bit. It is. No, I know what you're saying for sure. Where it's like this is the like the sort of with the abolish the police. This is more so like a agitative position than just like an idealistic position. It's more like an agitative, like it just like forces people to question the status quo is more so what the utility has been for people instead of just, giving any explicit prescription.
Mon Pierre Dubé is not even watching me.
But yeah, there's pretty clear limits here, right? Liberals aren't pro-Ukraine enough in a lot of ways. Foreign policy is connected with domestic. Yeah.
Sometimes they get a little too, like Donna Brazil gave Hillary the questions in advance. That happened. That happened in 2016. Like I think some of the idea of like a crooked flip against Pete or like all these ideas are a little bit.
Why
a
is
little
Simone
wacky,
here?
But there was real institutional backlash to Bernie trying to get elected, where they did everything to make sure that he didn't get elected. I remember being in South Carolina canvassing for Bernie when the results in Nevada came. The betting odds put him over 50% chance to be the next Democrat nominee. There was a time where people really thought Bernie Sanders would be the nominee, and that naivete isn't realistic a little too naivete.
I need to restart a little bit.
Like,
What?
oh my God.
What?
no.
Oh
Sanders being on this
God,
podcast.
he
Let's-
pivoted so much that he lost. He just he went on his own tangent and didn't really listen to what was being talked about. Oh my gosh. Oh God.
What he wanted to do. He thought he was going to be the great diplomat of this age, and organize the end of the largest war in Europe since World War II on his podcast.
Yeah.
It was very humble of him.
Man,
but that
I remember that.
position,
Humble
it
bundle.
comes from a lack of like practical application. You've never been in this position to have to
Yeah.
operate, and so you don't know how to do
Yeah.
anything besides be in the opposition to taking action on foreign policy. And so that post of like Burning Man naivete
Yeah.
affects them having a really bad position. Functionally, electorally, I think sometimes they get a little too like Donna Brazil gave Hillary the questions in advance. That happened. That
Yeah.
happened in 2016. Like I think some of the idea of like a crooked flip against Pete or like all these ideas are a little wacky, but there was real institutional backlash to Bernie trying to get elected, where they
Mhm.
did everything to make sure that he didn't get elected. I remember being in South Carolina canvassing for Bernie when the results in Nevada came. The betting odds put him over 50% chance to be the next Democrat nominee. There was a time where people really thought Bernie Sanders would be the nominee, and
Yeah.
that naivete isn't realistic, both electorally or practically, when the institution will choke you the fuck out in the cradle.
Yeah.
And so I'm deeply worried that the left, because it's so insular, because it's not been able to go out and have its ideas fiddled down to a finer point
Yeah.
and discover itself, to discover an American type of progressivism that works in this era, or if you're more to the left, an American socialism that works in this
Mhm.
era. Instead, we got the Mao LARPing and a bunch of shit that will never be electorally
Oh
viable.
man.
Yeah.
What, like with Hassan or something?
Oh,
I
the
mean, so like the thing
Mao
is that I think that Bernie Sanders really, I think it largely has to do with Bernie Sanders opened up this feeling of that there was this long period of time where people were sort of invested in a politics that was set for them, and that when you had Bernie Sanders come around, it sort of like opened up this this moment of discovery, I guess, of people experimenting with it's like it's almost as though there's a contingent of people that were going through an emo phase or a goth phase or something like that. Do you know what I mean? That's that's like honest to God the way that I look at it is that you had people that were sort of experimenting with a political identity that put them into cliques and stuff like that. But I think a lot of that is overemphasized because of things like libs of TikTok. It is a thing. It is a thing. You know, don't get me wrong. It did happen. It was way worse than it is today. It did happen, but I feel like a lot of it was overemphasized because of the attention economy and the advertising algorithms that we talked about before, right? You're not going to be able to get out of this sort of this pseudo social paradigm of the process of production, et cetera, right? We're at the end of the day, those fucking slaves in Indonesia or whatever the fuck, they have to keep working. Okay, like don't get me wrong, they have to keep making trinkets. That is always in the background. And if we have to distract you with a woke cringe, blue hair trans people screaming at the side of the road about pronouns or something like that, if we have to get you attached to consuming that shit all day so that the little Indonesian kid can be fucking pumping out little trinkets to sell on Amazon, so be it. But but I do think that there was this moment of like a political rediscovery that had a lot of people going into these cliques, and I think that like the formation of these cliques, especially because, I mean, when you see those DSA guys that were doing the
Yeah.
interviews on Fox News and stuff like that, look at all of these guys. These guys are addicted to Twitter. Every single one of those DSA guys that was Except for the cute guy with the bug eyes or whatever the fuck. I don't think he is. Whatever his name is.
What's
That
happening?
like adorable, way too happy dude. I forget. Like chair or whatever. But like all those guys that were doing interviews on Fox News or whatever, like what is it, Gustavo or something, and
I
the
almost
one with
thought
the
that
glasses
he'd
and
say
stuff
Gestapo.
like these are people that are addicted to Twitter, right? And a lot of the people in the NPC that are part of the these caucuses, these are people that are addicted to like these are people that have social clout because of social media advertising algorithms and stuff like that. Like they they got the bug too. But I feel like that's sort of what we're dealing with in a lot of ways. But I think everyone is dealing with that. It just looks different in the DSA. But when it comes to like the Marxism-Leninism stuff, the
Marxist
like
Leninism
tanky
is
type people,
horrible.
the prevalence of those kinds of people.
I would know. Poland used to be a Marxist-Leninist country. I'm not the biggest fan of Marxist-Leninism, as you can imagine, because of that.
Is like way overstated. I think way overstated. Even in like DSA caucuses and shit.
Well, the DSA is very outspoken about Ukraine in a very
But
negative way.
I see it as a as this developmental thing that you have to sort of be involved politically to do anything about. You can't just leave it all up to the algorithms to solve it
Sort
for you.
out.
It's one of those things with that I talk about before. When I talk about things like the DSA, I'm talking about grassroots organizing, and grassroots organizing is not this virtuous thing. It's a very dirty, weird,
Grueling?
convoluted
Oh.
mess of cultural, political, economic overlap of weird people. But they're weird people that are trying to be active politically in a way that I think is developmentally healthier than institutional establishment politics, right? And in that way, you can tweak the establishment to be able to decide who is and is not acceptable. But when you're organizing on the ground with your neighbors, you don't really get to pick who your neighbors are. People from
I
the
mean, you
like
can move.
like more conservative areas or like the South, like socialists in the South, they know this well. Maybe people in Portland might not know this the way that socialists in the South know this. The socialists in the South know damn well that you don't get to pick your neighbors. And so, regardless, that's why you're going to be seeing
been called out.
So much more of these kinds of things is because it's actually sort of like what they were talking about earlier with the difference between like the institutional consequences for people that step out of line in like CNN or legacy media as compared to like content creators, and that like the punishments that you'll get for saying things that are taboo or socially out of line or things that generally people would not want people to do or say, like, are very, very different than if you were to do that inside of a business.
Yeah, of course. Because they have PR to worry about.
You know what I mean?
Combined with shit like electoral plans and just the point is.
But like that, but nevertheless, you have to look at the
cogs,
the system for what it is, not for like the individuals that pop out of it, not for the talking heads or the people that get power through clout or Twitter. Like, you have to be able to look at the structure, and if there's more grassroots, more local organizing power, like if the power is more so bottom up than top down, then I think that that's something that should be invested in and shaped by well-meaning people. Nevertheless, where you don't really have this with you have like the exact opposite with the Democrat institutions.
Go on.
all of it's naive from start to finish, both electorally
Yes.
and in practical terms, and it's only going to sink them. It can only
Yeah.
sink them,
Well,
and they need
the
to go
thing-
outside of their shell in order to change. To discover an American type of progressivism that works in this era, or if you're more to the left, an American socialism that works in this
Mhm.
era. Instead, we got the Mao LARPing and a bunch of shit that will never be electorally viable,
man.
combined
Mao
with
Zedong.
shit like electoral plans and
Mao Zedong.
just. My point is, all of it's naive from start to finish, both electorally
Yes.
and in practical terms.
Well, I think that this is naive though, because if you look at the people that are active in DSA, if you look at the people that built the political power of DSA, whatever, those are people that built power through community organizing and getting involved in politics on the ground in a way that is much more active than Democrats would be. Is that the political power is something that is on the basis of particularly going outside, of particularly engaging with local politics.
But be it as it may, the question is not. The question is, what will they do now?
That is where it comes from. If you talk to people in DSA and ask them why they joined DSA, more often than not, you're going to find people that wanted to do that. That their motivations was to go outside and get involved in local real politics in a real way. That is the reason why we're talking about DSA today at all, is because of that, right? So like I think the irony is that if you look at the people that are on the left in the institutional sense, like on the left, the more educated and the more active and the more the people that are closer to, they position themselves closer to the politics. Those are the people that you find in DSA. And sadly enough, you still do have people that are campus or whatever, and you have to be able to deal with that because you don't get to pick your neighbors. But the idea that it's full of people that don't go outside and don't organize or whatever is not really true. It's actually more so the case that the people that are like the Democrats and stuff that are like the most critical of DSA are statistically speaking less likely to go outside and less likely to be involved in local politics.
And it's only going to sink them. It can only
Yeah.
sink them,
Well,
and they need
the
to go
thing-
outside of their shell in order to change.
This really
He didn't. But he said outside of their shell in order to change. He didn't mean literally go outside their rooms and go do stuff outside. He meant ideologically go outside of their shell, not literally go outside and do stuff outside like in local politics.
It reminds me of something that I was talking about whenever I was recording a different podcast the other day, where there's such a lack of like ideological thinking on like what we would call like in the space from like the center to the DSA. The space in between that has like a serious lack of ideological thinking. There's hardly anybody who can articulate what that ideology is that exists from like the center to the DSA National Political Committee. There's like nobody who can articulate what that is.
I mean, it's overlapping in so many. The MPC is like, I don't even think that the MPC is a representational of the average member of the DSA. I think I'm going to take the position of like maybe the MPC should be dissolved entirely. Maybe there shouldn't be a national DSA at all. You know what I mean? I don't even know how I feel about there being about there being a NPC at all. I don't know what the
Get him.
I might be a little bit left of NPC in this regard. But because I was gonna say a lot of people in DSA are people that Ryan might be describing here as between the center, which would be liberals, right? Liberals to the NPC, right? What would be in between there? Largely DSA. I mean, if we're talking about like social democrats or whatever the fuck, a lot of people in DSA are like social democrats. Or a lot of people in DSA are like you know, Mamdani, AOC, Bernie Sanders type socialist or whatever. Like that's going to be like the average. And like all of those people are and anything to the left of them and whatever, like these are people who are actively engaging in debating, and you know, we call it infighting or whatever, but
Infighting.
they are trying to develop better understandings of politics, even if they end up in shitty positions. Like, but when it comes to the liberal, I would say like the social democrats, between the liberals and the social democrats, that is the range where I think you have this cognitive dissonance around the economy and this cognitive dissonance around the process of production that basically leaves you at a standstill, right? Once you start questioning once you start having like this or because the period from which is like is the feeling of being that person, like kind of like Ryan, not like being a dick about it. He's just like,
okay,
even if he is a fan of Ezra Klein, the little
Crazy situations like.
Even if he is a fan of Ezra Klein, the little fucker.
I think that's a huge problem, and it leads to crazy situations like what's her name? There's hardly anybody who can articulate what that ideology is that exists from like the center to the DSA National Political Committee. There's like nobody who can articulate what that is. I think that's a huge problem, and it leads to crazy situations like what's her name? Angie Nixon in Florida. Have you seen the stuff about her? She was a member of the DSA, but she's been asked like questions about her DSA membership by reporters, and she's like, well, you know, they're called the Democratic Socialists, but you know, I really am. I'm more of like a social democrat. You know, I just like that they're focused on redistribution, and that's where the people that are focused on redistribution are. They're in the DSA, and I just think, wow, that's so sad for like American liberalism as an ideology, that somebody who is just into more redistribution feels the need to seek out the DSA, when for the entire 20th century, basically.
Well, that's what the DSA is. That's what socialism is. Socialism is redistribution.
I mean, it's
what she's describing
about the type of
just been called
redistribution.
liberalism. It would have been called I mean, it's like barely to the right of like.
If liberalism was consistent with itself, it would be socialist.
I mean, barely to the left of like George McGovern. He was talking about a UBI and a national health insurance plan.
Back to LBJ.
You know,
Also, socialism is not just
And, like,
redistribution,
what a lot
it's
of these,
also
anyway,
about
so this is sort of what I
the
am
control
trying
over
to do on my
the
channel, because I
means
think that
of
the
production.
in the American
It's
tradition, that
about
ideology
private
is
property
just
and
liberalism.
stuff like that.
That's liberalism as most people that as I think it should be understood in the American tradition, and that's sort of what I'm trying to make a case for on my channel, at least.
You can't do it without talking about economy. Sorry. What is redistribution? What is that? What do we mean when we talk about redistribution? What are we talking about?
That's
Like,
a good
what is the
question.
problem that we're getting at when we talk about
What type of redistribution?
redistribution?
It's a pretty vague term, redistribution.
What is socialism?
I would say I come from left roots. My mother was like a homeless resident in DC. You know, I care a lot about union power and, you know, a strong healthcare plan that puts like healthcare companies' profits last in line. Like these are things that, you know, inspired me to get into politics in the first place. I see like DSA as offering something bold and new, and that makes it popular, not only because it's offering like stiffer resistance to Trump, and it's offering like a different vision, which Democrats have not been able to clearly articulate across the party, either during the midterms, the general election, or just party leadership generally. Something that would hook someone outside of the bounds of what we've been offering for the last 20 years that got us to this place in the first place. DSA offers that, and they do have a lot of people in there that are just social democrats. I mean, it would.
This is
you
what
could
I'm
say
always saying to
that the
people.
organization is a plurality of social democrats. Maybe even a majority, if you really wanted to like.
There's a big difference. So I always talk about, whenever I'm talking about the DSA, I was talking to Hutch about this the other day. I think it was Hutch. I'm 90% sure it was. Where we were talking about.
1 second, I just want to say,
you know-
pondering politics. I can interrupt Ryan because you gave me $50.
Okay, fair
and you
enough,
call
fair
Anna
enough.
Kasparian a psycho. Now she follows me on Twitter, and so I will tell you that is very wrong for you to attack her with that type of terminology. Okay, I've been to the ward. The psychos are nice people. They're nice people, and they have dignity, and they're principled. That's
I've been to the psych ward as well, actually. That is a fair point. That is a fair point.
part of the reasons why they're psychotic is because they can't let go of their principles. Okay, so it's a little different. Sorry, what were you saying? I just needed to.
Oh no, that's great. That's great. I think
I like that.
I was talking to Hutch about this the other day, talking about people speak about the DSA, but it's important to be clear about who we're talking about, because I think the leadership of the DSA, like the people who are in like the Maoist
Oh,
caucus
goodness.
or whatever, you know, on the DSA political committee, or like the, you know, those types of people, they are, you know, not on side by any stretch. I mean, they are not on side. I think your average DSA member is sort of what you're talking about. And then I think the average person in a poll who says like, oh yeah, I like the DSA, they are not thinking about that anymore than just like, this is the farthest away that you can get from Trump. I mean, for most Democrats that are answering those polls. And you can see that by their responses, you know, in the crosstabs to other issues. Like whenever the people who are the most DSA supporting are also the most against tariffs, you know, that's not a socialist position. And
What? What? What does tariff? What do tariffs have to be? What do? I don't think Ryan knows what socialism is. What do tariffs have to do with being for or against socialism?
What? You think tariffs are a socialist position?
Like what? Okay. That was a bit. What? What?
classical, you know, American tradition of socialism in the United States being against tariffs, like being
What? What the fuck? What do you mean? What does that? What? What kind of socialist tradition does America have that tariffs are the?
being a radical free trade person is not a typical socialist position. And so, yeah.
What? Tariffs. Sorry, that is very, very dumb. The treatment of tariffs in the Trump in Trump's administration is a new treatment of tariffs that are
Yeah.
completely new. Like tariffs have to do with just moving production around for national security reasons. That's what tariffs are for. Is just adding incentives to move production from one place to another.
I mean, tariffs are for, like, when they were created for incubating local industry. Like, it wasn't just tariffs, it was heavy investment into local budding industry while trying to limit the competition from the outside. That's what the tariffs were for. And that is why other countries, stronger countries, kept weaker countries with weaker industries from doing the same. Because the bigger countries incubated their industries and they wanted them to become dominant.
Because of not economic reasons, because it's not something that's like just like beneficial economically speaking, but more like
I mean, it was beneficial in the sense that it limited the competition from the outside to the industries that the state was attempting to incubate.
Geopolitical or national security or something like that, right? It's like
that was the point.
If it was about making jobs, it is the most expensive way to make jobs, and it just increases the cost on consumers. That is not a socialist position, especially not in the through the Trump administration, where the idea of just putting blanket tariffs on entire countries or whatever the fuck, that is nonsensical. That is dumb.
For your average person who's responding to polls like that, I think they are looking for just like the thing that signals the most different from the Republicans. So anyway, keep going with your story though.
Where was my story?
Oh, well, you were talking about your political background and how that informed your take on the DSA being popular because they offered something kind of seeming new and radical.
Oh, I do think that them offering something new, them offering a different agenda, them offering something that isn't just what feels like the same aristocracy handing the staff around.
Yeah.
Most clearly shown through Joe Biden just handing the staff to Harris and saying good luck with less than 100 days to really characterize her as a person. There are a lot of people who are really like filled with discontent, and you can see that there's some attempts to course correct. Harris is actually a great example of this, where you see her recently, you can see she's pushing herself to the left, to the left, to the left quite a bit in an effort to see if she can like get that flank of like energetic base support in order to likely nab the nomination in 2028, under the idea that with more name recognition and a more run-of-the-mill traditional campaign, she'll be able to take the nomination come 2028. So there seems to be a universal acknowledgement that people want those who are acting against Trump. People want bold new ideas. People want something that reaches out to like generally working class people to give them like a better shot at either healthcare or any of these. Really, people are willing. I remember when Yang came out with the $2,000 a month. I don't think it was ever really that people loved the idea of being given a handout. They loved the idea of the government doing something to help them. They loved the idea of the government throwing like, well, $2,000, I could throw that towards my health care. I could throw that towards my car payment. I could throw that towards whatever. And DSA is throwing out ideas, and some of them might not be 100% practical. Like, remember, like, Mondami, even if you're just talking about rent stabilized apartments, like rent freezes are not necessarily great policy, but
not necessarily. Okay, New York is, I don't know if he's about to say this. There's already housing control, and it's a very, very particular, like if you're talking about New York, and it's something that is specifically accompanying a project of decommodification of socialized housing. That is very, 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 very different. The reason why there's all of these studies about economists that are saying that rent control is something that is counterintuitive, because it is when you're working within the commodified housing market, right? It is counterintuitive, but if it's alongside a project of building socialized housing, and it's within this already like rent stabilized area, like this is like this. Like, if anything, like the safest way that you could do a process of decommodification of housing that would be beneficial for the people there. Like, this is not the just run of the mill fucking econ analysis paper here. This is a very particular situation, and the fact that it is being met with that particularity is something that is, I think, something that accompanies a lot of Mamdani's policies. Is very, very it's very attentive to the actual meaningful nuances of the area, which is something that you would want in a mayor. So like, these vague gestures are a little bit just copy paste.
Promising to do that on top of delivering on some other, like, that's enough. Like, Mondami is offering that other vision.
People want energy in their politicians. I think one of the traps that people that aren't as far left as DSA fall into a lot is they explain their opposition to these things not in ideological terms. They explain them in like practical electability terms. And that is just a horrible strategy for convincing people not to support something. It's just horrible. It might be true, but it's true in like the most superficial like debate sense. So let me give you an example. If somebody says, I'm for Medicare for all, and then imagine, maybe I'm not for Medicare for all, and I want to make the case that Medicare for all is a bad idea. If I say, well, Medicare for all polls worse than a public option, therefore we should support a public option, what have I done? I have implicitly conceded the whole point. I have said that, like, well, maybe your idea is actually better, but we just shouldn't fight for it. So I've sort of made an argument against myself by implying that I'm weak, and then I've made an argument for you by saying that your idea is actually right. We just can't do it. And so it's horrible. I really wish that people would stop talking about these things this way. I really think that's the value of talking about things in a more like principled ideological way. It's just that everyone wants to be election analysts now. And so that's the thing that they're comfortable talking about. They want to talk about like how things poll, how things message test. But I don't think that's, I don't think it's the best strategy for actually convincing people. You're never going to convince somebody that a policy is bad by telling them that it's not popular, And if Democrats that aren't, DSA aligned want to win, they're going to have to start putting forward their own ideas, and they're going to have to start coming up with ways to make actual arguments against the ideas that they disagree with, not just say that they poll badly. Because then you just, rightly or wrongly, people just start feeling that like browbeaten, Like it sounds like you were a Bernie supporter in 2016 or 2020. Yeah, I'm sure you felt like this, like feeling like browbeaten by people who are like, oh, Bernie's not electable, Bernie's not electable, Bernie's not electable.
Well, yeah, because it never felt like, well, what would the general election debate be? What would they discuss? Would Trump say so? Like, it never went that far. It just kind of stayed in this general idea of like, oh, come on. Oh, come on.
Yeah, and it's, so, maybe, regardless
Could
of
have
whether
had
it was
could have had a Polish Jewish president. Think about that. You've wasted your chance. All you Americans have wasted your chance for a Polish Jewish president. It could have been glorious. Could have been great. You've wasted it.
true that Bernie was or wasn't electable, it didn't make your support for the guy change at all, probably, because all it does is make them seem cowardly for like implicitly saying that you're right about Bernie being better, but they're just too cowardly to do the right thing and support him.
That's a really good analysis. That was really good analysis. For very self-aware analysis, I mean.
I think that there's, for both sides of the if you're in DSA, I'm going to have a panel this Friday about what.
Oh, wait, before he talks about that, I gotta pee so fucking bad. Fucking mode speak. Be right back, okay?
I actually have to pee as well. I'm gonna pee as well. I'm gonna pee. Back from the toilet. Right, let's see. Let me see what Vladimir has to say about this. You know what I mean? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, let me give you an example. You elect guy to office on the premise that he'll vote on Medicare for all, and bad things bad / good things good. Time pass, weird things start happening.
I respect both of those outcomes. And I think I looked like I was in some kind of sensory deprivation pod. Worst part, I didn't feel any different. Just walking around, fully reversed amphibian, and my brain just didn't register it. So now I'm wondering how much of the day I'm actually missing because I'm just too stupid to check.
Vladimir says one thing that are going to happen is that she'll start to block those legislations and weirdly vote on absolutely different things. It's called I love democracy. I love democracy.
Wait, it's not my birthday. Kate
To
Freeland,
be an emperor.
doing the thing again where you just say shit at me like you're testing if I'm actually alive or if I'm just a chatbot that responds to keywords. My birthday's not for like, fuck, I don't even know, a few months? Are you just wishing me happy birthday preemptively? Or did you get the date wrong? Or are you trying to gaslight me into thinking it's my birthday right now? Because if so, dude, that's actually unhinged and I kind of respect it.
Cowardly to do the right thing and support him.
I think that there's, for both sides of the if you're in DSA, I'm going to have a panel this Friday about whether someone should or should not join DSA under the idea of changing it for the better. So not under the idea of DSA is good now, but looking at it as you are a political actor and you're joining under the idea that you see it doing good stuff, you see it doing bad stuff, you want it to stop doing the bad stuff and do more of the good stuff, right? I think it's a more dynamic conversation rather than go down all the list of all their policy agenda items and agree. But I think that for non-DSA candidates,
By the way, I low-key take this as a W from our debate from before.
they have to ground themselves. They need to show clear like policy solutions that are bold enough to attract attention. Show not just that they think about like the idea of pushing back against Trump, but show how they do it publicly, do it loudly, do it unabashedly, and do it at as many opportunities as they can find. And for those in DSA, they need to, number one, they need better people to talk to media. I don't know if you've, every single one of them
I've
seems
seen
like
some.
you just chose the most awkward person in the committee.
Oh
That's
my
because no
God.
one chooses them. They just got hit up on Twitter and then they said, okay.
And you decided that they would be the one you would send on Fox. You decided they are the ones that are going to go talk to the Atlantic.
They have a
reporter.
very weird like standard for who, like you detect, and this probably comes from the national political committee people. They have such a weird way of thinking and talking about politics that does not match up with like a standard American political party. Like they talk about like, how can we discipline our candidates? What do you mean? How can you discipline your candidates? You can't. No part. The only thing that you can do in American politics to discipline your candidates is run a primary
Send them to the camp.
against them. That is the only thing you can do because we don't. there's no like, in Britain, if you make the party too mad, they can revoke the whip, I think is what they call it there, and then they can take you off, the ballot for their party. Like, you need their permission to run on their party line. But like, anybody can just call themselves a Democrat. Anybody can call themselves a Republican and run in the primary. I don't know. There's some weird like cultural stuff that they have going on at DSA that I wonder if that contributes to why they constantly are sending like inept people to these like media appearances, because they're not really selecting for like skill at media appearances. They're selecting for like commitment to the party line or like being a dedicated cadre.
Well, I don't think that they're like, I don't know if this is coming through channels within the NPC or if it's coming through literally just DMs on Twitter sent to people that have big Twitter followers as DSA members. Like, I don't know. Right?
That's
pretty
grim.
It's the latter.
That's pretty grim.
I would assume
if
that
it's
it's
Twitter
the latter,
following
and what you have is
that decides who goes on Fox.
people that are just trying to increase their following, just like cynically,
pretty,
egotistically.
Pretty grim.
Or something, and so you end up with these very awkward moments where people who have been selected not for the job at hand end up, going on
They need
making a
less
fool of
losers.
themselves.
What they need is they
Yeah.
need to get less losers.
Less losers. Jesus Christ. Oh, less losers.
Putting them on
And
TV.
more winners. Get less losers and get more winners.
And they need to keep the losers doing data. I'm just being blunt. They need to keep the losers doing data management, and people who can answer questions directly, put them in the media space.
I agree with this. I agree with this 1,000,000%, dude.
But also, if you take one of these people, and they're already just like bleeding, like
boy.
sweating out,
Oh,
just
boy.
like just dread and awkwardness, and like just terminology that nobody at home is really going to be connecting
Yeah,
to,
they're
and it.
scare the normies. I mean, like, for real, they're gonna scare the normies if they keep doing that.
And then
which,
they throw
Oh yeah.
into the mix like we're challenging the establishment. We got to solve the questions and the problems that the establishment can't. Oh, the war in Ukraine, we have no thoughts about that. We're anti-war, but we have no comments on the most violent and deadly and largest war currently raging on the planet. Please, can we avoid that topic? Like, this is not something you can do. You can't
True.
both send the people who are
Jeez.
just like
Jeez
political
Louise.
operators who have the most friends but are awkward, and you can't set them up so that they have
Losers.
to defend the indefensible, because if it's indefensible, it is what they're going to concentrate on every single time. And if you're trying to take over the Democratic Party and you have indefensible positions on issues that over 90% of Democrats agree with, like, yeah, good luck with that Democratic takeover. You need to when you take over something and you meld into it and you combine, they think it's we go into the Democratic Party and they become us. No, that's not how a takeover really happens. Some indefensible positions on issues that over 90% of Democrats agree with, like, yeah, good luck with that Democratic takeover. You need to when you
I would be way more cynical about the Democrats' position on Ukraine here. Getty is the first of the online libs on this space to acknowledge the fact that American political parties have no way to discipline electeds. The libs on here who are freaking out about DSA look so silly. Yes. Yeah, but like the toxicity that you find in some of the like with like the various caucuses and stuff and the NPC or whatever is definitely I think that's definitely a thing. And I think that there's a lot of like, I guess, toxic elements to how it's been organized, even on the basis of endorsements, right? Even on the basis of how somebody ends up getting endorsed by the national as opposed to the
Oh boy,
the
oh
local
boy, oh
DSA
boy.
chapters. I think that there's a lot of toxicity that exists there. I just think that it's it's one of those things that I think has to be sort of worked through and fought over, just because DSA is such a baby organization, all things considered. But like when it comes to liberals, though, so like when we're talking about DSA, when we're talking about like disciplining electeds or whatever the fuck, like that is something that should only happen on this, like, bottom up sort of way, like a grassroots way. Whereas like when you're talking about disciplining electeds in like within like the Democratic Party establishment, you're having this like this more so system of seniority and donors and shit like that, right? And it's very, very like opaque, and it's very sort of establishment oriented, like institutionally like top down sort of discipline. Whereas like with the DSA, the thing that you would want to say is sort of bottom up sort of if we're going to use discipline in any sort of meaningful way.
Disciplined with the camps.
Who's the guy on the left? Is he Ukrainian? No, he's American, but he's been in Ukraine for a couple of years, reporting from the front lines. Dylan Burns.
No, not viewers don't know
in
Dylan
Ukraine.
Burns.
Is he Ukraine? Up sort of this. If we're going to use discipline in any sort of meaningful way. Who's the guy on the left? Is he Ukrainian? No, he's American, but he's been in Ukraine for a couple of years, reporting from the front lines. Dylan Burns. He's talking about right now the tomorrow 8 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna be in I'm gonna be in a debate panel with him and a couple other people. Straighter Aid.
He's gonna be hosting it.
Go Soy Pill, Wick
TV.
8 p.m. Eastern. Talking about whether or not it's worth it to join DSA for the purpose of sort of
reforming
trying to correct these problems.
Maybe.
The only problem with DSA is that it doesn't have a body that has real authority. The NBC doesn't really manage anything. That's why sometimes you get random people on interviews. I guess it depends a little bit on the channels or whatever. I don't know enough about how if there is any sort of represent.
And you meld into it and you combine, they think we go into the Democratic Party and they become us.
Oh, Lucy. Oh, get ready, Lucy. It's going to be a shit show. Wait, is it? Wait, which part? The talk between Dylan and this Ryan person, or the kid not kin thing? Which is going to be a shit show? Oh, you mean the Wick panel thing? I mean, we can watch it. I guess we can always tune in and watch it.
No, that's not how a takeover really happens. If you take over, whether it's a government, whether it's an institution, a company, you get people inside that machine to make deals with you, agreements with you, arrangements with you where they protect their interests.
This isn't really a real conversation. The real conversation happening, which is kind of like I think it's largely nonsense. But if there's any conversation happening, it's about a dirty break or dirty stay, which is either the thing that he's talking about or like there's no consensus about this whatsoever. There's no consensus about the way that you would establish DSA as a political party, or if you
we could watch the panel. I don't.
There's
mind.
no consensus whatsoever.
We can watch it if you want. Gonna watch the panel.
May I clarify what DSA is? I understand you, but I'm not very strong in this terminology. English is my second language, and it's not very good. A DSA is a organization that that people join on a
Democratic
local level,
Socialism.
that is organized around local political goals as well as national political goals, depending on, I guess, how you are integrated within the organization. And
Important.
the general idea is pushing for a politics that is more in line with working class politics and socialist politics. You could say that it's a lot of people view it as a developing political party. A lot of people view it as just like a organization by which you can engage politically and advance policies or do activism around policies or politics that you want to further. It's basically a bunch of socialists get in a room and talk about things that they should do and fight with each other. I'm mostly on that local level type shit. Got opinions on national as well. Yeah. I think the like user or whatever largely wanted to.
To make this, and if we're talking
Yeah.
politics, it might be, hey, you know what? If you're gonna make this new foreign policy stuff, my workers in my district can't be all unemployed from this tank manufacturing or whatever plant. Hey,
Yeah.
we
Well,
need
a
to make sure
practical
that we don't
example of this
abandon
was-
Ukraine, or you need to
Yeah.
meet the real world where the real world is, and
For
where
sure.
the political power the power brokers are, but they haven't shown any
Yeah.
ability to do that as an institution. Individuals like AOC have shown
The only reason why we're able to talk about them as such right now is because of the development of that kind of thing. Even if it's the case that a lot of people that are joining DSA are doing so on the grounds of being directed in that direction from people like AOC, Bernie Sanders, Mamdani, etc. Also, membership lap regulation that even organization AOC constipation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
like I wonder how much of this.
Is there anything you wanted to ask? Anything you wanted to talk about?
It'd be curious. One of the things that I think about a lot is ideology. That's what I've been thinking about a lot the most lately.
Democracy in Ukraine bleeds a little deeper than the paperwork, and it comes from like a general public understanding of it. 2014 also reinforced this too. Euromaidan and the Orange Revolution as well. So there was a bunch of
Yeah, much earlier. Orange Revolution. Keep in
different
mind.
moments to build up the national mythos even more and more and more over this idea for the people by the people. So I do
Right.
think that
It's baked into the constitution as well. Keep in mind for the people by the people.
that's one part of it, but it's kind of like a complicated puzzle.
That's really interesting. Okay, I've got a super chat for $10 asking a question for you about your religious perspective. Are you comfortable with me asking that question?
Sure.
So I have a super chatter named Who Sucks who asks if you're a Buddhist.
No, I am not a Buddhist. I
have no idea. I have no other context, but I
Is it because of the way he looks?
promised that I would ask. But yeah,
I'm
no,
not
that
a
was-
Buddhist, but I am from the whatever caste is the number one. Whatever one's the top one.
Okay. Well, I think that was I think that's a really good answer. It's something that I've been thinking about a lot lately. I mean, I think a lot about the challenges that liberalism faces in the modern world. Walls making fun of JD Vance for being
talking in that type of fatalistic language post J6.
It's because nobody likes it when you throw a party for yourself whenever you're a loser. You know, it's like the George Bush, like,
I'm a loser. Okay, that's enough. We've done beautiful stream, beautiful stuff. Best stream that has ever been in the history of streams. I will now raid you into somebody that will appreciate you much more than I ever could. Now I'm gonna spend some time with my dog. Hi, Corals. Oh, he heard me. He's coming here. He's coming to me. Co jest, Busiu? No tak. Co ty mówisz, Busiu? Co ty mówisz, Busiu? He could hear me. I'm gonna raid you into somebody who will appreciate you more than me. Co jest, Busiu? Ojej, co ty mówisz, Busiu? Co ty mówisz, Busiu? Co ty mówisz, Busiu? Busiu. 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 Okay. Bye-bye.